Good morning and welcome, everyone. Members of the council, please remember to log into your devices. Our meeting will begin shortly.
Good morning. The city council will come back to order from yesterday's recess. Mr. Clerk, please take a quorum call.
Good morning, members of the city council. The quorum roll call vote is now open. Please cast your votes. If you have any questions, please let us know and we'll have a staff assist you. Please make sure you refresh. And if you have any issues, please let us know and we'll have a staff member assist you. Members of the city council, please remember to log into your device. I will now begin calling out names for your attendance. Alderperson Hopkins. Alderperson Hopkins is present. Alderperson Robinson. Alderperson Robinson is present. Alderperson Hall. Alderperson Hall is present. Alderperson Beal. Alderperson Beal is present. Alderperson Coleman. Alderperson Coleman is present. Alderperson Curtis. Alderperson Taylor. Alderperson Taylor is present. Alderperson Burnett. Alderperson Telefiero. Alderperson Cardona. Alderperson Mitz. Alderperson Mitz is present. Alderperson Vasquez. Alderperson Gardner. Alderperson Silverstein. You want to fresh? How many?
So there are 42 members present. We have a quorum. Alderman Riley and Alderman O'Shea have requested to participate in today's meeting remotely. Rule 59 due to personal illness. Alderman Lopez, do you care to make a motion?
Good morning, Mr. President. I move that the two members be allowed to participate remotely.
Thank you, Alderman. All those in favor of the motion allowing Alderman Riley and Alderman O'Shea to participate in today's meeting remotely signify by saying aye. Any opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Alderman Riley and Alderman O'Shea are permitted to participate remotely today. Mr. Clerk, please mark Alder Riley as well as Alder O'Shea present. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for the invocation, which will be delivered today by Omir Mozaffar, Muslim chaplain from Loyola University.
I greet you with the greeting of peace. It translates as peace be upon you. Assalamu alaikum. I'll give you the translation of the passage I'll read from the Quran. It is on the chapter called The Believers, and then I will give it to you in Arabic. The believers are truly successful. They are the ones who are devoted in their prayers. They are the ones who keep away from vain things. They are the ones who are consistent in charity. They are the ones who guard themselves in their intimacies. They are the ones who keep their trusts, who keep their promises. And they're the ones, again, who are consistent in their prayers. They are the ones who are the inheritors of the best of paradise. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. قد أفلح المؤمنون الذين هم في صلاتهم خاشعون والذين هم عن اللغو معرضون والذين هم للزكاة فاعلون والذين هم لفروجهم الحافظون إلا على أزواجهم أو ما ملكت أيمانهم فإنهم غير ملومين فمن ابتغى وراء ذلك فأولئك هم العادون والذين هم لأماناتهم وعهدهم راعون والذين هم على صلواتهم يحافظون أولئك هم الوارثون الذين يرثون الفردوس هم فيها خالدون. And thus we end with Ameen, Amen. May the peace and blessings of God be upon you all. Wassalamu alaikum.
Thank you. This portion of the meeting is dedicated to public comments.
There's only 10 seconds, so it's a question that's the
The council will begin the public comment period, which is limited to a maximum of 30 minutes. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. Speakers cannot yield or transfer their time to another speaker. Any written comments that have been submitted will be posted and made available for automatic review. The first speaker is Maria Fatoum. Maria Fatoum, please press *6 to unmute you.
My name
Ms. Fatoum, we can please speak.
My name is Maria Fatoum.
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you, Ms. Maria Fatoum. The time is yours.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, Ms.
Can you hear us?
Fatoum, please proceed.
Okay, even though you guys can't see us, can we still speak?
Yes, ma'am, we are here listening.
Okay. My name is Maria Fatoum, and I'm a member of an Oak Hill advocacy group. I'm here because dog euthanasia rates have skyrocketed from 20% to 40% since January of 2023 at Chicago Animal Care and Control. We are requesting new leadership and staff at CACC who are caring, compassionate, and will adapt a no-kill equation. CSUC wants you to think that they are forced to euthanize dogs for space and that intake numbers that are at an all-time high. This is not true. Intake numbers in 23 were 6 to 7% lower than intakes in 2018 and a 14% decrease from intakes in 2019. Intake numbers are also lower in 2023 than in 2022. What is alarming is that the euthanizing rate has increased 169% between 2018 to 2023. CSUC says there are not enough adopters, but that is not the case. There are plenty of people who want to adopt, but CSUC has created impediments which have made adoption more difficult. This needs to change. Animals are not numbers, they are feeling beings, and CSUC has reached a new level of cruelty as shown in the following story. Lilibet was a 2-year-old pup who loved to play fetch and was a playgroup dog and was described as sweet and outgoing, while the staff labeled her as a behavioral risk and aggressive. At some point, the staff members decided to have her spayed, a surgery that is only performed on dogs who are being adopted, even though FOIA records do not indicate that she was being adopted. After this surgery, it is standard for dogs to have rest and little activity for 2 weeks, but a staff member put her back in the playgroup 2 days after she had been spayed. There was an altercation and she was caught in the middle, and this caused the incision to get ruptured, causing herniating under the swelling. Rather than repair the wound, the staff decided that she would be killed. This is an example of the sadistic behavior which CSUC has lowered itself to. We ask that the acting director and staff members responsible for the heinous crime and the deaths of all adoptable dogs be replaced by caring, compassionate leadership and staff who will adopt the no-kill
Ms. Batson, your
equation.
time is up, sir. The next speaker is Ms. Patricia Tatum. Please press *6 to unmute. Ms. Patricia Tatum.
Good morning, Mayor Johnson and all the persons present. My name is Patricia Tatum, and I'm with STOP, which is Southside Together Organizing for Power, and the Woodlawn CBA. I live in Woodlawn and have lived in Woodlawn for almost 40 years, and I've worked in Woodlawn as a nurse for over 50 years. We continue to have the need for affordable housing throughout the city of Chicago, and the dollars in the budget for housing need to be increased and go specifically towards affordable housing. In Woodlawn, there's an immediate need for affordable housing. And with the South Shore ordinance being introduced today, for Woodlawn, we are focusing on the city-owned lot at 63rd and Blackstone. CBA Coalition has been asking for this lot since 2021, and we have not forgotten, we won't forget it, and we won't give up on getting it. 63rd and Blackstone needs to be set aside because of all the city-owned lots in Woodlawn. It will provide the most affordable units, and it's the closest lot to the Obama Center. The face of homelessness is changing daily, and we know that homeless folks aren't only those who live outside in tents. They are also the people who work daily and come back to someone else's home to sleep on someone else's couch or floor because they can't afford to pay market value rent. And to conclude, the need is not debatable. We're asking for support in passing a crucial ordinance to keep working low-income Black families in both Woodlawn and South Shore. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tatum. The next speaker is Mr. Martin Levine. Mr. Martin Levine, please unmute yourself.
Good morning. My name is Marty Levine. I'm a resident of the 48th Ward. I'm here this morning as a proud member of the Jewish Council on Urban Affairs and with our allies who make up the Bring Chicago Home Coalition. Today's meeting marks an important milestone in our collective grassroots efforts to combat the scourge of homelessness and inadequate affordable housing. And it will create a funding stream that will support long-needed investment in permanent affordable housing in our city. This morning will be placed before you the Bring Chicago Home resolution, which will make the systemic change that is needed and end the cycle of trying to heal major harms by sticking bandages on them. Homelessness affects us all. I learned that just a few weeks ago when my wife and I took our two grandsons, aged 13 and 14, to learn about advocacy firsthand. We traveled to Washington to meet with staff in their congresspeople and senators' offices. In preparation, when we asked them what issues were important to them, top of their list was homelessness. They may not know that over 66,000 men, women, and children do not have a place to call home, or that 20,000 of these are like them, children. But they know it is important because they see the pain and indignity of people being forced to create homes in the bus stops around the corner from their homes or in parks and under underpasses that they walk by going to school. They know that we need Bring Chicago Home, which will create a dedicated funding stream for permanent affordable housing and for the supportive services that are needed to end homelessness in our communities. The introduction of Bring Chicago Home with the full backing of the mayor's office is the result of years of organizing by grassroots leaders directly impacted who live with lived experience, and that has provided the ability to spotlight what we need to do. And that spotlight continues to lead the way as we ensure that the ordinance is passed, as we work together to pass the referendum it enables, and the follow-on ordinance that will be needed to enshrine the details for implementation. Today is a day to be proud of what we've done already and to promise that we and those who have made up this effort over those years are ready to ensure we complete the work. The real celebration will be then, and when it is possible, as new housing units are occupied and new services are in place to support those in need. Thank you for the time to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Levine. The next speaker is Ms. Jacqueline Brooks. Please unmute yourself. Ms. Jacqueline Brooks.
Good morning. My name is Jacqueline Brooks, and I'm a lifelong Chicagoan and a long-term Woodlawn community member, a member of Not Me We and the Obama CBA Coalition. And I'm here today in support of the CBA ordinance that's being introduced today. For years, we have been fighting for the right to stay and thrive in our communities. This ordinance ensures that Black folks in South Shore and surrounding neighborhoods are able to survive in the area we call home. Renters, condo owners, and homeowners, all three, deserve to be able to stay in our communities, and this ordinance covers the needs of all of these categories, not just a few. We know that displacement is rampant, and the building of the Obama Center has only emboldened those that want to displace us. We need the support of this ordinance to ensure that condo buildings can be repaired, that homeowners, especially ones on fixed incomes, can maintain their property, and that renters can have clean, well-maintained homes at price points that don't take up the sum of their income. Nobody should be paying so much to pay to live in these areas. It's too much. South Shore and surrounding areas are vital parts of Black Chicago, and this ordinance is one that ensures that we are protected. This is a direct investment in our community after years of disinvestment. A lot of people lately have been talking about the new arrivals and have used the question of investment in Black communities to speak against them. Well, the CBA ordinance is a direct way to invest in our communities. So today we need to come together and make it happen. The time for a CBA ordinance is now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brooks. Thank you, Ms. Brooks, for your comments. The next speaker is Mr. Dixon Romeo. Please unmute yourself, Mr. Dixon Romeo.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Dixon Romeo. I wish I had another R in my name. That'd be cooler. I'm here today as a member of Not Me We and the CBA Coalition to talk about the introduction of the South Shore and 63rd and Blackstone Housing Preservation Ordinance. After years of organizing, doing a referendum in the neighborhood where 92% of folks in the Fifth Ward are in support of these demands and these protections, after countlessly doing door knocking, after countlessly having house meetings, community meetings, phone conversations with residents, today is a long time coming. But we're not there yet. We know that across the city, there are pressing issues that this current administration and all the alder people are working hard to make sure pass. But we know that in South Shore, one of the hugest things that we are dealing with is displacement and disinvestment. South Shore is the #1 eviction neighborhood in the city. The Fifth Ward is the #1 eviction filing ward in the city. In addition to the fact that we have the pending development of the Obama Center, which we are supportive of, but want to make sure that we have protections in place so that everyone can stay. This can happen. This is possible. We are always willing to, and we know that we will work with every member of City Council, every member of the Johnson administration's team, and all our allies across the city to make this happen, because we know we deserve to make sure that Black Chicagoans can stay in their neighborhoods and stay in the city as we move towards every day as we move towards the version of the city that we know is equitable. In addition to that, Not Me We is a member of the Bring Chicago Home Coalition, which is also being introduced today. And we know that not only in South Shore, but citywide, homelessness is an issue that we must address. In particular, when is the moment that the city of Chicago can seriously and meaningfully invest in developing housing for folks so that we get to the world where we have less and less need for shelter, right? Oftentimes we hear that there's not enough money, there's not enough funding, but this coalition has been doing work for years to organize to make sure that we can create a funding path so that we can develop housing to bring Chicago home, right, and meaningfully address homelessness. So I won't take up too much more time, but I want to thank you all for listening. I want to thank this administration for being open and willing to work with grassroots communities and community groups and making sure our voices get heard. And we're going to pass the CBA and we're going to bring Chicago home. Thank you all. Have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Romeo. The next speaker is Arsene A.
Good morning. My name is Arsene, and I am a 17-year-old member with Good Kids Mass City and currently attended Wright High School. I have been working with GKMC since August of 2022. While working with them, I have been able to participate in food drives, collecting signatures to reopen mental health centers and violence prevention work. Not only have I worked on providing wraparound services for my community, I have spoken at the United Nations in Geneva, Switzerland about the need for change in my community. I have lived in Back of the Yards and currently live in Inglewood. I grew up seeing the violence in Chicago and seeing family members, neighbors, young people be failed by this system. I want to see us as a community prove this system wrong and that our communities are better than this. GKMC organizes to save young people's life. The Peace Book Ordinance needs to be passed because GKMC is able to feel sympathy for the youth people. As every GKMC member has seen the violence and seen young people being done wrong, just as coming from lack of resources and racism. GKMC is a safe place. Young people need safe places. This is why we need the Peaceful Ordinance to be passed. Not only is it a solution to reducing violence, the Peaceful Ordinance will also provide resources for gun violence survivors and anyone who has dealt with violence trauma. We need to build a community. Treat gun violence like a crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Arseny, for your comments. The next speaker is Linda Tinsley. Linda Tinsley.
Good morning. Morning, Mayor Brandon Johnson, the council, and definitely to my alderwoman, 20th Ward, Jeanette Taylor, who has fought for affordable housing for us ever since she's been elected. Since 2020, the city has evaded setting aside the vacant lots at 63rd and Blackstone for the development of affordable housing. In February 2023, in Woodlawn, due to the 2022 remapping, 63rd and Blackstone became a part of the 5th Ward. A referendum was entered on the voting ballot in the surrounding precincts. Voters were asked if an affordable building, family building, was developed with quite a number of units, subsidizing 75% of the total units at an AMI, area median income, of 30%. How would the voters respond to that? Okay, well, let me tell you, the voters overwhelmingly voted for that. It was a yes vote. Due to the Obama Presidential Center being built, gentrification is already rearing its ugly head. We must prepare for decent, affordable housing for our Woodlawn residents and South Shore residents also that are being and going to be displaced. The residents have a right to continue to live in Woodlawn. We are looking forward to Alderwoman Jeanette Taylor and Alderman newly elected Desmond Yancey of the 5th Ward to move the city government to follow through on its promise to Woodlawn residents and to prevent more displacement of Black residents. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Tinsley. The next speaker is CV Miles. CV Miles.
All right, good morning, Mayor Johnson.
Morning.
This is Minister CV Miles speaking. We spoke before. I'm a former South Shore resident. I used to live in the apartment buildings on 67th and Paxton, owned by the Catalyst Realty, until February of this year, which is when I got displaced at the end of December 2022. The heat and hot water went out in our buildings. For a week, we also had no electricity. Catalyst lied to us about the maintenance being done in the building and what was actually going on with the boiler until we got the city involved. They condemned our buildings as unlivable, after which we were displaced to hotels where me and my family were forced to live for 2 weeks with no assistance for outside expenses. We had to finance our own food, our own transportation, even though we were forced to move. And we received no compensation for that. The tenants organized and got the hotel stays extended for a little bit, but outside of that, there was no retribution for people and their families for their situation and what they went through. This is not okay. Catalyst Realty should never have been able to employ illegal and unfair tactics to push people out of their homes. And second of all, there should have been protections in place that prevented this from happening. And this is the responsibility of the city as well, because when all of this was happening, the city did condemn the buildings for being out of heat. But after the heat was back on, they said it wasn't their problem anymore. But in reality, we still needed help. And when we needed it the most, the city wasn't there. When Catalyst Realty employed these unfair and illegal tactics to push us out of our homes, such as changing the locks without notice, having an office of tenant advocacy in the city hall could have helped assisted us. They could have also assisted when we were shown new units by Catalyst Realty with mold, paint chips, holes in the walls, and other things that were just unlivable for new residents. When we were forced to move into new homes, having a right to return that would have allowed us to move back into our original units at the same rent could have prevented this displacement. And in the new building that they moved me and my family to, for which is costing us $300 more in rent, I just found out that it just turned into a Section 8 building. And if we all know, Section 8 buildings can be a very high rent if you don't have a voucher. I'm recently paying now $1,100 a month, and they sent me a notice saying they're gonna raise my rent up to $1,200 in November. Now, with this ordinance, it must be comprehensive to fully cover the needs of the people at risk of displacement in South Shore. This ordinance has to be better than the Woodlawn ordinance, because especially money-wise, the South Shore area is a larger neighborhood with a higher eviction rate. We've met with the Johnson administration before and are willing to
Thank you
compromise.
for your time,
policy.
Minister CV, but your time has expired. The next speaker is DeAndre Nobles. Oh, okay. Minister CV, please return back to the microphone. Minister CV, please return back to the microphone.
Minister,
Minister
could you
CV,
finish your last statement there, please?
Thank you, appreciate you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Could you let him finish his statement, please? Thank you very much.
But just the last statement that I want to say, when I said we've met with the Johnson administration before and are willing to compromise on policy. However, we were demanding is a reflection of the referendum that was conducted in the 5th Ward, where 90% of people voted in favor of our policies.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please call the next speaker, Madam Clerk.
the next speaker is Mr. DeAndre Nobles.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm DeAndre Nobles, and I'm a member of GKMC. I'm here as a young person to speak on why we need the Peace Book ordinance passed. Our young people in Chicago are experiencing crisis, and all we can say is lock them up. But we know that punitive systems aren't working. The Peace Book is a toolkit and directory of resources for violence mediators, practitioners, and mental health services. If we care about the youth like we say we do, if we don't want upwards of 300 teens and children being shot like last year, then you have to take violence prevention serious. We are asking you, all the people, to pass our Peace Book now. We can build youth-led peace in our streets and our schools. Teens like myself need access to jobs and mental health services. The Peace Book would allow us to access these resources. We are trying to save lives. How much is my life worth to you? I'm serious. How much does it cost? If I get shot, then the city ends up spending millions through the criminal legal system and healthcare costs. But my life is worth more than that. What you decide today will show us how much you all value Black and brown youth lives. Pass the Peace Book. Pass the Peace Book. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nobles, for your comments. The next speaker is Ms. Amara Martin. Ms. Amara Martin.
Hello,
Hello.
good morning.
Good morning.
I'm here to say pass the Peace Book to tackle the root causes of intercommunal violence and retaliatory violence. This means investing in mental health services, restorative justice practitioners, violence prevention, and transformative justice. Our young people have the knowledge and expertise of what's happening on their blocks, in their schools, and in their communities. We know who are most likely to become victim or perpetrators of violence, and we must work to prevent these harms before they can occur. The Peace Book is a toolkit of proven methods and strategies when you invest in people, young people, peace, mentorship, and holistic healing. We've had enough of compromising and talking in circles. One of our young people who is 16 was shot, and since she can't miss any more days of school, she couldn't be here today. If the Peace Book was in place, she could have received trauma-informed care and more mental health days, even restorative justice with her shooter who attends her school. CPD and lawmakers need to understand that we know of their scare tactics and we won't give up. We won't stop advocating for Black and brown youth and young people who are in cages because of their communities haven't shown them love and know nothing but to react before they take action to advocate for themselves. We have to do more for our young people who are at risk. We have to do more for our young people who are experiencing mental health crises. We have to do more for our young people who are experiencing homelessness. We have to do more for our residents, period, and those who are on the ground doing the work to make this work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Your Honor, there are no further speakers who have timely signed up for the public comment period.
Chair recognizes Alderman Taliaferro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be recorded as present for purposes of today's quorum.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
Alderman will be
President.
recognized as present.
Thank
Chair recognizes Alderman Cardona.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to be recorded present for the quorum as well.
Thank you. Let the record reflect. Alderman Cardona is present. Chair recognizes Alderman Vasquez, or is it Velasquez? Is it Vasquez or Velasquez? Chair recognizes Alderman Vasquez.
It's not Velasquez, so it's that one. Wanted to be checked, present for quorum. Thank you, President.
Yes, let the record reflect that Alderman Vasquez is present. Our public comments have been concluded. Are there any? Okay, the chair recognizes Alderman Gardner.
Please, I'd like to be recognized.
Alderman Gardner, let the record reflect that he'd like to be recorded as present as well. Thank you. So we have, are there any other members that wish to be recorded as present? Seeing no hands. Resolutions, we have 3 resolutions today. We will be honoring the life and the incredible work of Reverend Jesse L. Jackson Sr. for his services and his leadership. A resolution congratulating Bronco's Restaurant and its reopening, and a resolution commemorating Hispanic Heritage Month. And we will start with the resolution honoring Bronco's Restaurant. The chair recognizes Alderman Brian Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate this opportunity to acknowledge an outstanding business that serves both my ward and Alderman Knutsen's 43rd ward. It's actually part of the DePaul community, which spans both wards. And I rise in support of this business that is almost 50 years. It's approaching its 50th anniversary of operating a restaurant in the city of Chicago, spanning 3 generations. And what they've accomplished there, what they've done, what they've meant to the city of Chicago and the DePaul community is so significant. It deserves a commemoration here. I couldn't wait for 50 years. We had to jump out a little bit ahead of it. And we have a special guest here that I would like to acknowledge. When Bronco Jordanovsky and his wife, Jellica, came to America back before most of the people in this room were born, they came as migrants seeking a better life for their family. They came for the same reason so many migrants are coming today, generations later, because America is, was, and remains the land of opportunity, where people who are willing to work can come, create a business, and start a family, and 3 generations later have this kind of success. When they came here, they knew that they had great recipes from their homeland in Macedonia. They knew that they would have a successful restaurant, but they could never have imagined that a day like this would come when their daughter would stand with the mayor of the city of Chicago in acknowledgement of their outstanding work and what they have meant to this community. How did they do it? How did they do it selling humble Chicago hot dogs? It is so much more than the good food that they offer. It is so much more than the entrepreneurial spirit that they've embodied. It is simply the love that this family has expressed to our city and generations of DePaul students who have considered it a second home. Their daughter Anja, who earned the nickname Mama from so many DePaul students, was quoted in the DePaul student newspaper, the DePaulia, 20 years ago, saying to students at that university, if you get sad because you're away from home for the first time, I want you to know there's always room in my restaurant, but mostly there's always room in my heart for you. And to this day, generations of DePaul graduates come back with their own children and increasingly their grandchildren to show them Broncos and to show them what that restaurant meant. And when it closed, like so many small businesses during the pandemic, as a local resident myself, I was deeply concerned that they may not be able to reopen. But they did. The family rallied, even though we recently had to say goodbye to both Bronco and Jellica. The children and the grandchildren and the nephews are running that restaurant today. They've reopened. And it is as much a part of the fabric of our neighborhood and the DePaul community as it ever has been, if not more so. And we are deeply grateful to have this opportunity to acknowledge them today. And I stand with my colleague, Alderman Knutson, in honoring them. Thank you, Mr. President.
Knutson. Oh. I'm sorry. Do I need to take a step back there? Yeah.
The
Yeah.
rules for the immediate consideration of these resolutions.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I'm glad that you were able to make that, that motion. Actions, so ordered. Thank you very much. With that, Chair recognizes Alderman Knutson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in strong support of this resolution and really echo what Alderman Hopkins said about Broncos being an institution in Lincoln Park, and also for DePaul students. I know we have a lot of DePaul alumni on council, I'm sure, that have had some good time at Broncos before. I didn't go to DePaul, but there's a lot of DePaul on my staff, and hearing them being excited about this resolution being passed and sharing stories that Alderman Hopkins talked about, where your mom really served as therapist in chief for a corridor of DePaul when students were homesick, when a student couldn't pay for their food. Broncos always stepped up. So we commemorate the restaurant, we commemorate your family and your father who passed earlier this year. And thank you for being such an important part of our community.
Thank you, Alderman. Do any other older persons wish to be recognized? Very good. Well, hearing none. You want to take all three of them at the same time? Just wait. All right, thank you. So then I would also like to stand with this body of council to speak in favor of this resolution. Thank you to Alderman Hopkins and Knutson for celebrating the reopening of this incredible institution. So I know that many of my colleagues and students have been educated at DePaul University, and because of your love and commitment to the people of Chicago, many of those students who struggled through were able to find a little bit of hope and guidance because of what your parents planted. And so to the owners and to the family for all of the events that you've sponsored, the arts, the community as a whole, your family represents the very essence of who we are. And so I thank you as the daughter of migrants and your love for this city to remain committed to serving the people of Chicago. We congratulate you and we celebrate you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Our next resolution is honoring the life and the work and the service and the leadership of Reverend Jesse Jackson. The chair recognizes Alderman Taliaferro.
Mr. President, I move the reading of the resolution honoring the Reverend Jesse Jackson. I move the reading of the resolution in full by the clerk.
We can do that. Let's read the full resolution. Very good. Thank you.
Whereas, in recognition of his more than 60 years leading the fight for equality and an economy that works for all, the city of Chicago is honored to congratulate Reverend Jesse L. Jackson on his retirement as president of Rainbow Push Coalition. And whereas Jesse Lewis Jackson was born in Greenville, South Carolina, on October 8, 1941, a time when Jim Crow laws enforced segregation across the country. After graduating high school, he attended the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign for 2 semesters before transferring due to the racism he faced. And whereas while in college, Reverend Jackson became involved with the civil rights movement after being denied access to a segregated branch of the Greenville Library when he returned home from the U of I for Christmas break. Reverend Jackson and 7 other local students, now known as the Greenville 8, staged a sit-in, ultimately leading to the integration of the Greenville Library system. And whereas after transferring to the North Carolina Agricultural Technical State University, an historically Black university, Reverend Jackson would go on to become the Aggies quarterback and student body president. And whereas the young Reverend Jackson would also participate in the Selma to Montgomery marches organized by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, eventually earning him the attention of Dr. King, who appointed him as head of the Chicago branch of Operation Breadbasket, an organization that promoted the hiring of Black people by companies operating in Black communities. And whereas after leaving Operation Breadbasket, Reverend Jackson formed People United to Save Humanity, Operation Push, which focused on social justice by working to promote Black economic empowerment and organizing boycotts of businesses unwilling to hire in Black communities. And whereas in 1984, the Reverend resigned his post as president of Operation Push and created the Rainbow Coalition in preparation for his groundbreaking campaign for President of the United States. And whereas Reverend Jackson's 1984 campaign broke barriers, over the course of the campaign, Reverend Jackson earned over 3.2 million votes, winning 4 states and the District of Columbia, finished 3rd overall, and became the first Black person to win a majority party state primary. And whereas his 1988 campaign for the Democratic nomination also shocked political observers by bringing together a multiracial coalition behind progressive social and economic policies. On his way to earning 6.9 million votes, winning 10 states and the District of Columbia, and finishing 2nd overall, Reverend Jackson was considered the frontrunner for the nomination after a surprise victory in Michigan. And whereas after the 1988 campaign, Reverend Jackson would go on to lead a new organization that combined Operation Push and Rainbow Coalition. The renamed organization, the Rainbow Push Coalition, would focus on issues Reverend Jackson had been advocating for decades: Black economic empowerment, voting rights, and racial equality. And whereas in July 2023, Reverend Jackson announced his plans to step down as the president of the Rainbow Push Coalition after more than 60 years as a leader in the civil rights movement. And whereas following his announcement, the Reverend was rightly honored by Vice President Kamala Harris, the first Black woman to hold the position, who called him, quote, one of America's greatest patriots, someone who deeply believes in the promise of our country, a fighter for freedom and human rights for all people. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the mayor and members of the City Council of the City of Chicago, assembled this 14th day of September 2023, do hereby congratulate Reverend Jesse L. Jackson on his tenure as president of the Rainbow Push Coalition and his groundbreaking political achievements, express our deepest gratitude for his exemplary service to our city and country, and extend our best wishes for his continued health, happiness, prosperity, and success. And be it further resolved that a suitable copy of this resolution be presented to the Reverend Jesse L. Jackson as a sign of our deep appreciation and esteem for dedicating his life to the civil rights movement, the betterment of the Black community, and his vision for bold social and economic policies that help form the core of the modern progressive political and social movements.
Thank you very much. Talia Farrow, you good? Okay, then the chair recognizes Alderwoman Harris.
Thank you. Today I stand up here super proud of a man who has been a wonderful example. And I'm old enough to remember all the things. First Black Expo at 43rd and Halsted. All about Black people, where I learned that I am somebody. Where I saw the first book that learned and taught people about who they are as Black people, where they come from. Voter education. For those that don't know, he was the first Black to come into Chicago public schools, teaching kids the importance. And I know you all remember the late Mark Allen, who took your word and became the mini Jesse Jackson at CBS High School, telling folks, you got to register to vote. Because my mentor, Reverend Jackson, said we have to do it. The first Black man to run for president of the United States, to open the way and lead the streets for another Black man named President Obama to follow in your footsteps. Big fighter for us in terms of large corporations and making sure we got a seat at the table and there was some equity. And there's never been an election where you have not been a part of making sure the right leader got in the right place. So today, Reverend, I am so glad that we are here to honor you while you are still here to get your flowers, to say thank you for your leadership. Thank you for paving the way for so many issues for the Black community. It could not and would not have been done without you being there at the helm, running that seat. So today, I stand here as a grateful Black woman to say thank you very much for giving to the people, for giving up your family, giving up your life to be the face of Black America. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Alderman Moore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I definitely stand in support of this resolution. Honestly, have to say, Reverend Jackson, you have meant so much to me from when I was a child. I've never not remember not knowing you as a member of fellowship under the leadership of Reverend Dr. Clay Evans. And let me recognize the people here because all of them mean so much to me. Reverend Attorney Jeanette Wilson, Reverend Anderson, Reverend Tavis Grant, my other pastor, Reverend Otis Moss III, who I affectionately call OM3, and my leader, my pastor, the Reverend Dr. Reginald Sharp. Y'all make some noise in this place. And before I get on Reverend Jackson and talk about that again, this person may be his princess, but she's my queen. Santita, I love you so much. Publicly and privately, I tell people that because it's true. And as growing up as a child at fellowship, you didn't have a choice. You had to go to Push. And being at Push taught us so much. And being under the leadership, Jackson Action and all of that. But one of my greatest memories was being with the little warrior, Willie Tappan Farrow, at the meat house, the packing house on Wabash. And they were fighting for the rights of the meat packers. First civic engagement, first fight for workers' rights. And I didn't know what I was doing as a little boy, but standing there with a sign saying, keep our jobs, raise our wages. And that you have stood on for many years, and that I appreciate. But even more important for me, and the reason why I'm standing here, because of the relationship that you had with my pastor, the late great Reverend Dr. Clay Evans. It was you that got him involved in the civil rights movement. He was a preacher, and that's all he wanted to do was preach. You can tell the story as many times, I've heard it over and over, and I didn't want to get involved, but you got him involved. And because of that, he was able to stand up to powers to be, to allow the great Dr. Martin Luther King to come here and speak, even at the peril of the Fellowship Missionary Baptist Church, is still standing for 7 years, not being built, standing against the administration here in this council back then. So I applaud you all for that. And when I saw that, I knew then I can overcome anything. Reverend Jackson, what touched me most is the 1984 run for president that you made. It changed everything up until this date. Chairman Harris mentioned, no run in 1984, no Barack Obama. Because your run, not because you ran as a Black man, because your run changed the delegate apportionment rules here in America. And people have to know that and recognize that. And if that is one of the biggest things that race did, besides open people's eyes about the love that we have for not only Black America, but coming together. Our time has come, is what I kept hearing. Our time has come. And one of the part of that speech that rang out to me, and I go back and read this, it said, America is not like a blanket, one piece of unbroken cloth, the same color, the same texture, the same size. America is more like a quilt, many patches, many pieces, many colors, many sizes, all woven and held together by a common thread. The white, the Hispanic, the Black, the Arab, the Jew, the woman, the Native American, the small farmer, the business person, the environmentalist, the peace activist, the young, the old, the lesbian, the gay, and the disabled make up this American quilt. Even in our fractured state, all of us count and fit somewhere. We have proven that we can survive without each other, but we have not proven that we can win and make progress without each other. We must come together. Our time has come. I'll never forget that, Reverend Jackson, and thank you so much for all that you have done. God bless you.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes Alderman Burnett.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I stand in support of this resolution. I concur with all of my colleagues. Reverend Jackson, when I think of you, I think of truth to power. I think of King David taking down the giant. And I think about not only a leader in the city of Chicago, but you are a leader in this world. A lot of us here in the city of Chicago, we somewhat limit you, but we don't know all around the world you have done things to bring justice and also to save lives. You have negotiated on many people of other races, not just Black people, of other races to get their freedom. You have helped to negotiate things all around the world, even when some of the folks in our government would not do it and could not do it, Jesse Jackson was able to get it done. So I just want to say thank you, Reverend Jackson, for not only doing things around the world, but also all of the things that you have done for us here in the city of Chicago, all of the inspiration you have given not only young African Americans, but also many African American business people, but also a lot of ministers throughout the city of Chicago. I recall being in several meetings with you at Operation Push with aldermen, African American aldermen, African American elected officials, but also African American businesses. I think about now, whenever we go to an event, and we kind of losing this, Reverend Jackson, but whenever we go to big events, big corporate events, every one of those corporations will have an African-American representative from their corporation. And the reason why they had African-American representatives from their corporations was because of a Jesse Jackson, because of the things you stood for, because you challenged the corporations in this city and in this country to open the doors for us. A lot of people don't know that a lot of media people, some folks don't remember when it wasn't Black people in the media. Some folks don't remember when we didn't have African-American, when we did not have African-American folks interviewing people. Now we have so many African-American faces on television, but they don't know that Jesse Jackson fought the media to get African-Americans on television. Folks don't know that even with some of our sports athletes, that Jesse Jackson fought for our athletes to get fairness in their pay, to get fairness in their positions in the athletic rings. A lot of us just look at some of the marches you do here in Chicago about, keep the peace, stop the violence, up with hope, down with dope. Some of us are limited to that thinking, but we don't see the bigger picture. Some of us see the bigger picture. And the picture that we see is so much bigger than most people could imagine. So I just want to say thank you, Reverend Jackson, for what you've done for us as African Americans, but also what you have done for many, many other ethnic groups around this world. God bless you, and we thank God for your service, sir. God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Mitz.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. President, I too want to rise and support this resolution. And I have to echo every sentiment that my colleagues have made, but we all have our own story that we like to share as well. And I personally want to thank you, Reverend Jackson. When I first came in office, you came over to the ward and you helped to save Miss Minnie Strauss' house. I don't know if you remember that or not, but somebody at the bank had tried to undermine her to take away her home, and you were there to help to save that. Now that's just here in Chicago. But on another note, at these conventions, when we have the Democratic convention, when you walk into the room, and this is a convention for all of the United States and everyone is there, you were recognized. I mean, you couldn't make it through without saying hello to everyone. Reverend Jackson is known throughout the United States, throughout the world. And right here in Chicago, as my colleagues had mentioned, I don't think you get the recognition here. But let me say today on behalf of myself, the 37th Ward resident, we truly appreciate the work that you've done. Being a civil rights leader is not an easy job because you always have that fight. You always have obstacles that you're trying to break through, barriers that you're trying to get through. And you've done an excellent job in doing so. And thank God we're here to say, give you your thanks while you live. So thank you, Reverend Jackson. Thank all of you and all the workers that have been there to support you along the way, even with your bread baskets and giving out food in the community. And not only just the south side, you work the west side as well. Many of our ministers in the west side and all supports Reverend Jackson and what he's doing. So we'll learn to love and do better and hope that we pass this on to our generation of children to come. So thank you. God bless all of you.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Chair recognizes Alderman Pastor Will Hall.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand here today, and I am because of Reverend Jackson. 8 years of my life, I carried your bag to every continent except for Australia. You taught me how to show up and love, but you also showed me what it means to work and to have faith. And so I thank you, Reverend Jackson, because Without you, there's no me. And I am somebody because you showed me how to become somebody. And so I thank you, Reverend, for every sacrifice you made, for every moment you criticized, challenged, for every way you loved me and you loved everybody that touched your life. So thank you, and keep on living and keep hope alive. Love you, Reverend.
Thank you, Alderman Hall. Reverend Jackson, this is the nicest that Alderman Hall has looked since he's been a part of the city council. So it's a very special day. The chair recognizes Alderman Rodriguez.
I gotta disagree, Mayor. Hall looks good every day, man.
I said this is the nicest he's looked.
I gotta agree with him, man. You look good today, special good. Look, it's an absolute pleasure to stand and to be associated with this resolution with the great Reverend Jackson. I remember getting to know you very well behind the scenes in the 2015 mayoral campaign. We were a staunch ally, influencer, endorser, and great friend to my mentor, Chuy Garcia. And I want to recognize the fact that you are a giant in our community because you believe in bringing people together. You believe in unity. You believe that we are better together. And I think that that is a lesson for today and a lesson for tomorrow. I appreciate everything you've given to not only our city and our region, not only to our world, to our country, but to our world. You are a great example, Reverend Jackson. And I am very happy and honored that this great body will be endorsing your life and your legacy today. We cannot say enough about what you mean to us. And I think that at the very least, I am honored to be associated with this and be associated with you and your loved ones on this good day. So thank you for your service, sir. It is a blessing to all of us. Thank you, Mr. President.
The chair recognizes Alder Mana Hoppenworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also stand in gratitude of your work. Lenny Mana Hoppenworth from Andersonville, Edgewater, and Uptown. And we speak on your impact, not just on the south and west sides of Chicago, but also on the north side because of what you have stood for so many years. As somebody in 2016 who did not know where to turn to, I turned my anger into action because of your work, because of those that are in the box today with my sisters there, Reverend Jeanette Wilson and Jackie Algie and your family, because I did not know what to do. But we stood together, not only in Chicago, but in DC, in Springfield, Illinois, and across the globe to say that democracy belongs to all of us. And it is so much better when we work together. And that includes everyone, exactly what we're saying here. So I want to thank you, especially for bringing the faith leaders together to say that it matters. We are not only diverse in all of our race and our economic levels, but also in all that we stand for, especially when it comes to how we're showing up in the world. I want to also say that democracy does depend on all of us. And what you inspired in me is to take at least the first step to make sure that I'm registered to vote, make sure that my friends are registered to vote, make sure that every person is registered to vote, and not only that, to get out the vote. So we need to do that in every election, and you showed that to us. So I want to thank you again for your impact, not only in Chicago. I'm very proud to be a Chicagoan because of people like you who have made this city so great, but your impact in Springfield and across the globe. So thank you so much, Reverend Jesse Jackson, for all your work.
Thank you. Thank you, Alder. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise to be associated with this resolution. Before I get into my remarks, I just wanted to acknowledge Reverend Sharp from Fellowship Baptist Church in the Third Ward, Bishop Grant, Reverend Anderson, Reverend Jeanette Wilson, and Reverend Moss. Thank you so much for being here and standing up with Reverend Jackson today. And I guess what I wanted to say is, where would this world, this nation, and this city be without the voice of Reverend Jesse L. Jackson? The voice which raised the bar on racial, social, economic, and environmental justice, and the voice that was combined with swift, strategic, and effective action that changes the course of history. Your stewardship of Operation Breadbasket, Operation Push, and the Rainbow Coalition placed and continues to place the very real concerns of marginalized and hurt people and communities on the front burner. Today, Mr. Jackson, Reverend Jackson, I want you to know that we appreciate your sacrifices, your care and focus on our communities, your deep and abiding faith in our sons and our daughters. Thank you for showing up when most stay home, for showing up when most are afraid to show up in times of trouble and triumph. We are all here today to show up for you because you showed up for us. On a personal note, I appreciate your counsel. I appreciate your challenges. I appreciate the discussions that we've had. And I appreciate your children, the relationship that I've been able to build with Jesse Jr., with Congressman Jackson, Jonathan Jackson, and with Santita. I want to say to you, God bless you and your family, and Godspeed in your next leg of your journey. Thank you, Reverend Jackson. I love you.
Thank you, Alderwoman Dow. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Coleman.
Mr. President, I undoubtedly support this resolution, and thank you for giving us an opportunity to honor Reverend and give you your flowers yet while you can still smell them. Leader, preacher, teacher, fighter. Reverend, if it weren't for you, you came through for us about a year ago when the firing of our president at Kennedy King College. And to the men and women of God, protocol has been stated. Thank you for your leadership. But I also want to thank someone who isn't here, and that's Dr. Jacqueline Jackson. The fragrance of this family, and to your children who have sacrificed the time with your father. I know what it's like to have a parent in leadership and not knowing the sacrifice that we make when our parents haven't been able to make all of our events, but knowing that they've been fighting for our community. Reverend, thank you for church on a Saturday, over at Rainbow Push for broadcast at 10 a.m. every morning. Seeing Reverend Barrow on the first row, Mother Betty Magnus as the usher board. And I promise you, I think I've seen everything, but I haven't witnessed you hoop or holler. As the first, I believe you were the first assistant pastor of Fellowship Baptist Church under the leadership of the great Reverend Dr. Clay Evans. Yes. We just thank God for you and for the succession plan that you have set for keeping this strong Black organization going. So congratulations to Dr. Fred Haynes, to our chair, Tricia Hoffler, and then Judge Greg Mathis as the co-chair. But when we see all of the leaders, and even my 6th grade teacher back there, from young to old, continuing on the work, and one day we hope to see Kennedy King College be Kennedy King Jackson Community College. One day, we're gonna work hard to ensure that we honor your life, honor your leadership. I know you missed that one, huh? honor your life and leadership and make it a staple in this great city of Chicago. Had it not been for you in '84 and '83 for Mayor Washington, there would be no Brandon Johnson 40 years later. There'll be no first African-American Committee on Finance ever, or a Black General Counsel of this great city. Thank you, and God bless you, Reverend Jackson.
Thank you very much, Alderwoman. The chair recognizes Alder Sixto Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the City Council, and all the Chicagoans who are here today. It is an honor to have a few moments to recognize the wonderful work of Reverend Jesse Jackson, as it has tremendous implications on the future of the city and our country. For 60 years, as Chairwoman Dowell said, we had a champion of people, all people, that haven't forgotten about his roots and the importance of the fight for civil rights and human rights today more than ever. I would like to share just a few anecdotes, because I had the pleasure to be in Rainbow Push and many other of the important work that Jesse Jackson has led. I would like to bring two important memories to just show how important and real the work of Reverend Jesse Jackson is. Not too long ago, a few months ago, Rainbow Push and Reverend Jackson recognized the work that needs to be done to build coalition, to support us as working class people. And it was in Jesse Jackson's legacy, a little room for a great activist in our community. I think her son, maybe Saul Arellano, is here today. But Elvira Arellano was recognized and thanked Reverend Jackson for fighting to have a sanctuary city. Elvira Arellano was deported, but she's back and now fighting for everyone. And she was thankful, and we are all thankful for Jesse Jackson for not having forgotten for the least of us. Most Cisa Pudo, more recently, and I think it's important to make sure that we know how many people across the world and across the country are looking at Chicago to be the city that leads with love, with compassion, and competency, to show that a new world is possible, because we are carrying here today and in front of a great leader that followed the footsteps of Reverend Martin Luther King. And I tell you that not too long ago, I would like to finish with this last anecdote to show how real it is, that we got a call from the ambassador of Colombia, the first Afro-Colombian ambassador in the history of the country, the first vice president, the first Black vice president in the city of Colombia. And when we got a call, we thought that they wanted to come and see Mayor Johnson. And when I got a call, said, yeah, we're gonna see Mayor Johnson after we visit Reverend Jesse Jackson. And I tell you that that was a special day for us. When we see international solidarity, when they see the city of broad shoulders, a city that was founded by a Haitian immigrant, the city of Harold Washington, the city that now has a mayor who cares for every single one of us, will not be possible without the work of Reverend Jesse Jackson. So today, on behalf of every resident of the 25th Ward and our Latino community, we're proud to stand in solidarity. We're proud for the work that you have done, and we continue to carry that legacy and fighting today more than ever to build that rainbow coalition that is so badly needed here and across the country. Thank you, Reverend Jackson, for your work. We're proud to celebrate with you today.
Thank you. Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Jeanette Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's so much I could say. They talk about you globally, but let's talk about what you did locally. There will not be a King College Prep if it wasn't for you. There will not be a co-med clinic if it wasn't for you. We would still have grocery stores who sell old and expired meat for $1 in the middle of aisle if it wasn't for you. And in 2015, when 15 brave folk decided to go on a hunger strike, it was you and it was Reverend Moss who said that this is wrong and wanted to house us. I can't begin to thank you for the work that you've done. And too often, we don't see Black men stand up in our community who protect us and say it's okay to be us. You don't even call me Jeanette, you call me Taylor. And for a long time, I couldn't figure out why. But it's because of Reverend Wilson. Her name is actually Jeanette, so I get it now. I want to thank you for starting the Kenwood Oakland Community Organization, where I come from, where I'm proud, where I learned that it's okay to be a Black woman and stand in your truth. I too often wonder why you still out here fighting. I don't understand it. You've done your due diligence. You've done right by your people. But I appreciate you still coming to fight the fight. It's so easy for people to want to benefit from your work, but they haven't done a thing to actually help in the fight. And it's problematic. And so I'm giving you your flowers today and every day because I appreciate you remembering the very local folks. You being able to come to a community meeting and be okay, not with 5,000 security folks. You being able to say, come to Operation Push, come as you are, please be here. Making sure that these companies hire Black folks, making sure that construction sites have Black folks, making sure that we're at the forefront of the things we've helped created in this country. One of the most hardest lessons that I learned from you is you can't take everybody with you. It's hard to be in leadership and to be able to say, everybody come. That's not what our country is. And right now we're at a time where it's important that they recognize you, but we still need you in the fight. Thank you from the folks on the south side of Chicago. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Alderwoman. The chair recognizes Alder Hatton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too stand to be associated with this resolution, and I'll be brief. Reverend Jackson, thank you for teaching us how to dream and how to build and how to lead. So I don't have fantastic stories of growing up as a Chicagoan like many of my colleagues, and it's clear the mark that you've left here. But I do have a father from Ohio who went to North Carolina A&T and is only a few years your junior. And growing up in Ohio, I remember how much your run for presidency, your leadership, your advocacy has meant to my family. And hearing all of the stories and being here in Chicago for about 20 years at this point, it's amazing how much your demonstration of leadership through building community, right? Everybody's talked about the fact that you do bring people with you. Look at everybody in the box with you. You're never alone. Every time I've encountered you, you show up in amazing places. When the new bunch of us progressive caucus alders were elected in 2019, imagine my surprise when one day you were just out across Randolph Street, popping in a picture with us and showing up to support people who many of us you didn't know, but you show up and you're always encouraging young leadership. You're a mentor, you're a leader, and that building that you've done your entire life leaves that legacy, and you're building a platform. You're constantly laying a pathway and steps for people to follow after you. And it's not narrow, right? So like my colleague Alderwoman Taylor said, it's not a narrow path. You're leading a broad path, right? You're expanding the opportunities and the ways that we can show up for each other and for our city. So thank you for your work, your legacy, and for making Chicago a city that, no matter our challenges, is still a beacon of hope, of light, and of democratic promise for the entire world. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman LaSpada.
Thank you so very much, Mr. President. Very proud to rise to be honoring this resolution and honoring this man. Reverend, I will not claim or attempt to say more of your prophetic leadership, of your pastoral leadership, of your personal leadership. But if there's something I can speak from experience, it's honoring the courage that it takes to be a public leader with Parkinson's. If I may say this, sir, having watched my dad struggle and live with Parkinson's for the last 10 years of his life, when he was still able to have a conversation with me, hearing him reflect on the challenges of not knowing what life had left to offer him and what he had left to offer life. And this was a profound challenge for him. And it, sir, having watched that from my dad, I know that it would be so much easier for you to live quietly, to live comfortably, but to recognize the weakness that matches your strength to still be strong for us, to be public with us, to recognize the inspiration that you have yet to offer. That is profound, sir. And I think it requires a courage and commitment that few of us could even understand. And so I'm so grateful for you expressing that courage and being willing to be with us still. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes Alderman Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of this resolution. Reverend, I want to thank you for the sacrifices that you have made throughout your life, for making our city, our state, our country a more fair place to live. Reverend Jackson, you have obviously made countless contributions to Black people, to brown people, but also to white people as well. And I'm actually one of them. In 1995, I took a test for the Chicago Fire Department in hopes to one day become a Chicago fireman. And I did not score in a percentage that was high enough that the city planned to hire. They only planned to hire people that scored in between 89 and 100. And after a few years of this hiring practice from this test, you had brought forth a fight to say, hey, you know, there's individuals on that test who scored below 89, like myself, who would be willing and able to do that job. And for some of us, it was a dream come true. And I'm sure you probably could have fought that and just said, I want minorities to be able to be hired who scored underneath the 89%. But it wasn't. It was for everybody. It was for Black, it was for brown and white people. And I was one of those individuals who benefited from that. And I'm not the only one in this room who benefited from that. My colleague, Alderman Napolitano, was also one of those individuals who was able to get hired years after taking that test. And I want to say to you, as a first-generation American, one of 7 children, being able to get on the Chicago Fire Department, still, I look at that as it's some of the best times in my life. I met some of the best individuals in my life. Ironically, I was able to serve mostly Black communities in West Garfield Park for 14 years. And policemen and firemen usually don't talk about the things that we have done on our job, but I was able to actually say, our team was able to save many lives, many Black lives in the work that we did. So that would not be possible if it wasn't for you and the work that you did. And I feel obligated to share that with you, an individual who represents the northwest side of Chicago. Because you may or may not hear that often, but I sincerely thank you for that and allowing me an opportunity to fulfill a dream to be a Chicago fireman. So thank you for all the work that you have done and the work that you continue to do, and may God bless you.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of this resolution. Reverend Jackson, it's so great to have you here with us today. I may not have grown up having the opportunity to interact with you, to attend your services, but growing up in Chicago, being a CPS kid, we all knew who Reverend Jackson was. And as I was thinking about what I was going to say when I got up to speak today, I thought of some words that come to mind to describe you. And I'll rattle off a few of these. You've heard these already here today, but trailblazer, legend, leader, role model, advocate, partner, and I'm going to add farmer to that because of all the seeds of inspiration that you've sown over your lifetime and the generations of leaders that just in this room you've created. A great man once said, never look down on anybody unless you're helping them up. And in case you're wondering, he said that. And that's what inspires me to service. And for all of those of us who are called to service, to serve the public, you've been an inspiration. You've fought for representation, challenging the status quo in business, demanding equity for all. And your fight has been our fight, and our fight has been yours. Those are words that you said as the rise of Asian hate began to arise around COVID-19. And when I was 9 years old, and Vincent Chin was murdered in Detroit, you stood beside his mother in the fight for justice for Vincent Chin. Vincent Chin was out for his bachelor party the night before he was getting married. And two men got into an argument with him and they beat him to death with a baseball bat. And not one of them served any time for that murder. But Reverend Jackson, you're standing next to Mrs. May Chin during that time, and me as a little girl watching as a Chinese mother was mourning her son and looking for justice, and I was watching this on television, showed me that we weren't alone. And I promise you that your support and advocacy and standing beside our community there absolutely lit more fires in our community to fight for civil rights. So I thank you for all of that, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Before the alder of the 4th Ward closes, are there any other alders that wish to speak? Okay, so this will be, are there any others besides Alderman Vasquez? Okay, so immediately following Alderman Vasquez, Alderman Lamont Robinson will close. But before Alderman Vasquez provides his remarks, the chair would like to recognize former Alderman of the 21st Ward, Alderman Howard Brookins Jr. is here, and I'm experiencing one of the blackest experiences that I've ever had in the history of City Council as he passes out candy in the middle of a council meeting. So let's show some recognition and some love for Alderman Howard Brookins, please. Thank you, sir. The chair recognizes Alderman Vasquez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reverend, I want to thank you for everything you've done, not only for the city of Chicago. I think your influence has helped us become more of one city when we know it started out as segregated as it has been. And your influence allows us to be more of a unified city. But what you've done for the country and for the world cannot be overstated. The Rainbow Coalition, its influence and how you see this council looking as opposed to what it may have looked like decades ago, speaks to the power and the strength of your word. I also want to give credit for your ability and poetry in those words, as it motivates those of us who understand that how a message is delivered helps it resonate even further. I do want to share a quote of yours. I hope I don't ruin it, but I'll try to read it. Because I think in the moment that we find ourselves now, it's important that we're reminded of what this country and nation means. You spoke of what the American dream is, and you said, what is the American dream? The American dream is one big tent, one big tent. And on that big tent, you have 4 basic promises: equal protection under the law, equal opportunity, equal access, and fair share. And so when we think about this city, the current moment we find ourselves in, which is really a repeat of a lot of the challenges we face as one people, it is your words and your wisdom that I hope is something that continues on, just as your legacy will, to guide us through some very challenging times. And so I appreciate you. I appreciate your voice. and want to thank you from the bottom of my heart because you are what the soul of Chicago means. And so I want to thank you so much for that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. And finally, to close, the chair recognizes Alderman Lamont Robinson.
Mr. President, thank you for allowing me this opportunity to work on this resolution with you to honor one of our gems in our great city. Today, I stand with you with an unwavering sense of admiration and appreciation for the Reverend Dr. Jesse Lewis Jackson, a true civil rights icon whose life story not only inspires, but also exemplifies the extraordinary power of resilience. He didn't just witness history, he helped shape it and transform it. From the front lines of the civil rights movement to the halls of political power, to the formation of the powerful Rainbow Push Coalition right here in the Fourth Ward, his journey has been nothing but remarkable. Friends, this remarkable legacy of Reverend Jackson would not be possible without the love and unwavering support of Miss Jackie Jackson. And to his sidekick, Reverend Wilson. Reverend Wilson, we appreciate you. Santina, as you are aware, what truly sets Reverend Jackson apart is his unwavering passion for justice. In the face of adversity, he didn't falter. He surged forward. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Dr. King, marching for the right to vote in Selma. He ran for president not only once, but twice, broke down barriers, freed soldiers and political prisoners, and expanded the realm of possibility for all Americans, including myself. And when faced with personal tribulations, he didn't retreat. He fought back with courage and grace. Reverend Jackson's life has been a testament to the enduring struggle for civil rights, a struggle that resonates across generations. He stood at the forefront for the fight for equality and justice, tirelessly advocating for marginalized communities, including both Black and Brown communities, those living with disabilities, and the LGBTQ community. Reverend Moss even taken several beatings from his minister friends and colleagues all across the United States. Colleagues, today, as public servants, we must heed Reverend Jackson's call. Through our own personal challenges and frustrations and obstacles, we must keep hope alive. And we must remain steadfast in our mission to serve our constituents. Just as Reverend Jackson tirelessly advocated for rights of marginalized communities, we too must champion justice, equality, and inclusion for the citizens of our great city. As we celebrate Reverend Jackson's legacy, we find a living statement to the idea of civil rights and resilience that are intertwined. His legacy serves as a constant reminder that our work as public servants extends far beyond the walls of this chamber. Together, we can rise above the challenges that come our way, knowing that the people we serve are depending on us to do our jobs with the same passion, determination, and unwavering spirit that has shown us in Reverend Jackson. Because of you, Reverend, I am me, and countless others can say the same. Your passion for justice has been an unending source for inspiration for so many. As you embark on retirement, may you enjoy well-deserved moments of rest and reflection. Your legacy will continue to inspire us all. Reverend, thank you. You are truly everything, not only to the city of Chicago, but this nation. May God continue to bless you and keep you. We love you and keep hope alive.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So there are some people that we should recognize. Lamori Guy, Reverend Jeanette Wilson is with us today. Reverend Otis Moss III is with us today. I do want to recognize the former board chair of Rainbow Push Coalition, Martin Keene, Cindy Keene. Of course, we've all given recognition to Reverend Reginald Sharp, Brianna Sharp, Reverend Chauncey Brown, Attorney Lewis Raymond, of course, Bishop Travis Grant, the Ford family, Alana Ford, Edward Ford, Doris Ford. We have Laverne Hall, Robert Blackwell, the renowned videographer, photographer, John White is with us. And of course, I do want to recognize, of course, the beautiful and the most eloquent woman around the globe, Mrs. Jacqueline Jackson, Yusuf, my good friend, Jonathan, who is now Congressman Jackson, and of course, one of, I think, the most remarkable, most renowned alum of Whitney Young, the incomparable Santita Jackson. So there are so many words that have been expressed. Reverend, you have shown us what it means to truly be a unifier, sir. Your ability to mobilize and organize and bring people together, it's a remarkable testament to your true self. In fact, the soul of Chicago exists because of your willingness to make sure that the best in the core of who we are exists. You know, Alderwoman Taylor reminded me of this really incredible moment in our most recent history when one of our neighborhood schools was being taken away from us. And during that entire ordeal, when Black schools were being attacked, Taylor and I, we were organizers. I don't think either one of us ever really expected to become elected officials. And though Alderwoman Taylor was on that hunger strike longer than I was provoked by your leadership and watching my dear sister suffer for 30 days. And so I joined that hunger strike. And when Black schools were being attacked all over this city, there weren't very many people who were standing with us, quite frankly. And if I could be so vulnerable, there were those who actually found rationale to justify the eradication of Black existence. You know, I'm reminded of the words of W.B. Du Bois, who said that public education at the expense of the state, after all, is a Negro idea. And so when Jeanette and I were, when Alderwoman and I were organizing, we were organizing with the same spirit and soul to make sure that Black existence remains a constant present. We were able to do that because of your example. In fact, when I think about the very fights that you have led, making sure that people can eat, they have somewhere to lay their head, that they can be treated with dignity, that they can get a ride to and from, and that their dignity can be seen and recognized. You saw us, Reverend. And if I could be so vulnerable, it was actually sometimes this body that ignored us. Multiple bodies of government ignored us. Black liberation is alive because of you, sir. And here's the encouraging thing about that Black liberation can exist without excluding anyone else. That's the beauty of the soul of Chicago, that we get to have ours and not leave anyone else behind. And so when we talk about bringing Chicago home, when 53% of those who are unhoused are Black people, it's why we got to bring Chicago home. Reverend, there are individuals that don't always understand the history of Black existence. So when we talk about tipped workers, particularly in line with the Pullman porters, it's why we have to make sure that there's one fair wage for everyone because of your work. Especially because the vast majority of these workers are Black women. So when we talk about bringing Chicago home, making sure that we are providing dignity in the workplace, to make sure that we pass treatment, not trauma, that is the essence of Black liberation. And we can do that as we unite this entire city. And guess what? You have shown us how to unite the world. And so today, we recognize our brother, our friend, one of the most gracious individuals that I've ever met. Well before I was getting 2 haircuts a week and wearing a suit every day, when I was just wearing a hoodie, you said, Brandon, the city is ready for you. In fact, when you took me on the trip to Selma, you took me into a quiet space at one of the churches. And you said, Brandon, when we passed the Voting Rights Act, we jumped and hit our heads in the ceiling of the basement. And you said, our work must continue. So guess what, Chicago? Our work gets to continue because of Reverend Jesse Jackson. We do have one more final resolution. So please continue to show Reverend Jackson as much love as he deserves. But we do have one more final resolution. One more time, Chicago, as Reverend Jackson makes his way away from the chamber. Please give Reverend Jackson one more nice final round of applause. Thank you, Reverend. Thank you. The final resolution that we have is the recognition commemorating Hispanic Heritage Month. Thank you very much. So our final resolution recognizing and commemorating Hispanic Heritage Month. Chair recognizes Alderman Vasquez.
Vasquez, thank you, Mayor.
Vasquez.
It's okay. Thank you so much. I think we're waiting for folks to come to the box, which is probably why.
Sure.
So if it's okay, well, we can pause and wait if that's okay. Thank you.
Does anyone wish to speak to this resolution? Chair recognizes Alda Cardona.
All right, there you go. Thank you, Mr. President. I here stand in support of this resolution celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month. As we celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month, let's remember why. September is significant to many Latino countries because they are celebrating their anniversary of independence. A period of Latin American countries such as Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Chile, Nicaragua, Mexico, Honduras, especially mis catrachos en mi casa. As we celebrate, we must be respectful to each other. We celebrate through music, art, food, history, and literature. Let us remember the sacrifices they made for their countries. As Latinos, we show warmth and love to our culture. We are familia, which is all above all. Que viva Sudamérica, Centroamérica, y México. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Alder. The chair recognizes Alder Fuentes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too stand in support of this resolution. As we dedicate September to Hispanic Heritage Month, as my colleague Alderman Cardona mentioned, I want us to remember the struggles of freedom that folks fought for in Latin America. The freedom of Belize, Brazil, Chile, the freedom of El Salvador, Costa Rica, and so many other countries that have so much to celebrate this month. But I also want to remind us of the work that we have ahead. The decolonization of Puerto Rico to ensure that Puerto Ricans in the diaspora and on the island can be self-determined. The fight to ensure that migrants who are coming to the city of Chicago have the right to asylum and are treated with dignity and respect. To understand that in our communities, we too have to confront anti-Blackness, and there's a lot of work that we must do. And it's timely that this resolution comes after honoring someone like Reverend Jesse Jackson, who taught us how to lead with love and care, how to build coalition, how to use our celebrations and our need to fight for a more just world ahead to be arm in arm and do that work together. And so I will be in community as I represent one of the largest Puerto Rican communities in the city of Chicago, in celebration with folks, in celebration with my Mexican brothers and sisters who will be celebrating, and to remind ourselves that we must continue to fight for the freedom of not just Latinos in the diaspora and across Latin America, but of our Black siblings and all siblings who continue to be held down by systems of oppression and racism. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Alder. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in support of this ordinance. I'm proud to be Mexican, an immigrant who left behind family, friends, school, and many other things, pursuing the American dream. And now I am here. This is the American dream for me. Even though I left behind my loved ones, I never left behind my heritage, my culture, my religion, and the history. My family, that we stand together at all times. Our family is strong. We have great food. I can say that I cook very well our traditions, music, and also our good sense of humor. Even on the toughest time, us, I can say, as Mexicans, we always have something to say, a joke or something, or play our music as well. So this is an incredible honor for me to be here and represent the Mexican community. But also, I want to say cheers to those who are celebrating independence, not only Mexico, but El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, and Chile. This is our month, and this is our month where we represent a lot of pride. So you will be seeing us celebrating as well. Y que viva México, señores.
Whoa, that's right.
Thank you, Alderwoman Cruz. The chair recognizes Alderman Chico.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this resolution. This is deeply personal to me. I come from the 10th Ward, which houses the oldest Mexican-American parish in the city of Chicago, Our Lady of Guadalupe. And I'm part of a legacy, the legacy of my grandfather being the first Hispanic president at U.S. Steel, the Southwark site in the 1970s. And I know my grandfather's looking down today, and never in his wildest dreams would he suspect that his grandson would be the first Hispanic alderman in the 10th Ward. So Grandpa, thank you. Thank you for bestowing your knowledge in those talks we've had when I was a young boy. And I cannot wait to celebrate with my colleagues this weekend. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. The chair recognizes Audra Rosa.
So much, Mr. Chair. I too rise to be associated with this resolution honoring National Hispanic Heritage Month, or as many of us call it, Latino Heritage Month, Latine, Latinx Heritage Month in recognition of our trans siblings that make part of the Latino, Latina, Latina diaspora. So I think it's important to remember and to know that Latino, Latina is not a racial category. It's not a racial category. It is a pan-ethnic, pan-national identity. You can be Black and you can be Latino, like Mariah Carey's father, or like Cardi B. You can be white and you can be Latino, like my colleague Raymond Lopez. And you can be mixed indigenous and white or mestizo and also be Latino. And so it is a pan-ethnic identity that links to people across the globe, bringing us together to say we are one people. And in Latin America, there are 656 million Latinos. There are over 40 million Latinos here in the United States, and 1 in every 3 Chicagoans is of Latino descent. So we are a very diverse group, we're a very beautiful group, and we would not be what we are today without that diversity, without that mixture. Because when you hear plena from Puerto Rico, when you hear cumbia music from throughout Latin America, when you hear salsa, you are hearing beats. You are hearing syncopation that was brought across the ocean from Africa. When you hear the words that are spoken in Spanish, like avocado, aguacate, you are speaking the Aztec indigenous tongue. So the Latino identity would not exist. Our cuisine would not exist. Our culture, our music, our dance, our very soul would not exist without the mixture of Black, indigenous, and white. And so it should not be lost on anyone that it was here in this hemisphere, here in this new world, that this new identity, that this new people were born, where we said we would see past our differences and we would become one, that we would see past our differences and we would understand the necessity and the importance of building a new people so that we could get more done. Because at the end of the day, if you look at that Latino identity, if you look at its history and its construction as a new people, it was rooted in the ability and in the belief that we are stronger together. And that if we can overcome our differences, if we can see our shared humanity, if we can give birth to a new man, we can accomplish so much more. So I'm proud to be Latino. I'm proud of all of the countries throughout Latin America that celebrate their independence from imperialism over the next 30 days. Let's keep coming together. Let's keep building together. Let's keep creating a new world and a new people for a new age. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The chair recognizes Alder Vasquez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate our colleague Alderman Rosa stealing a whole bunch of thunder with that one. Yeah, I rise in support of this resolution in full agreement. I think sometimes race and ethnicity get confused in a way when we think about what our experiences are all like. When you think about the Latino experience in the US, we should think about what it actually means and where it comes from. We were indigenous people who, because of imperialists, changed a little bit of our hue, and it wasn't by choice. When we think about the migrants who have not only come here now, but for decades, I grew up in an immigrant family from Guatemala. It is because of US intervention in these other South and Central American countries, the destabilization of governments looking to take over, that has led to people moving all over the world in order to find any level of support. We also know that those same forces are the same ones that took a people from their own country forcefully and brought them here to be slaves. So I think when we think about what we all joined together, it's in opposition to the oppression we all face, and it looks different to all of us. It's the same oppression that creates a patriarchy. It's the same oppression that separates all of us and adds misogyny and homophobia. And it's easy to fall into those traps of those systems because we've been enduring it for so long. So when we find ourselves in situations where it feels like resources are limited, we fight for every little bit that we can, regardless of our identity, because that's how we have all been oppressed and tortured and beaten and broken for so often. So I want us to always think about that when we have our own fights as family in the current moment. What we know is that whenever there are people suffering and divided, Somebody's there to make some money off of it. Somebody's there to profit off of it and increase their power and talk to people in a way that causes them to fight amongst themselves. And so although this is Hispanic Heritage Month, and some of us has issue with the term Hispanic, but this is how we all grow and evolve as family. I'm proud that we're able to say, yes, we have a distinct experience, but we have a shared struggle and a shared oppression that we are all a part of. And so I hope that as we think about this being the month that we celebrate our own distinct struggles, we take into account the struggles of our people. We take into account that me being Guatemalan understands that Belize looks a little bit different than Guatemala because its own European oppression and what has occurred. And if we don't think about our history and we don't think about why we are who we are and where we are in this moment, it'll be that much harder to come together. For a little bit of levity, because I know it's pretty serious, I will say I also would love to edit and change it so it's not from the 15th of one month to the 15th of another, because that is confusing as heck for most of our colleagues out here. It'd be cool to have a month that was within 1 month to recognize our folks. We'll try to work on that in this term. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Alder Vasquez. The chair recognizes Alder Haddon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise to be associated with this resolution. I am not going to take a lot of time. I've really appreciated so many of the comments from my colleagues, the celebrations. It's one of the things I love about our city, that we have so much to offer one another, and so much of that unites us. As the representative of the 49th Ward, which is largely Rogers Park, we have so many proud Hispanic, Latino communities represented there. It's one of the things I love about our neighborhood, from Belize to Mexico, to Venezuela, to Peru. You can find all the heritage smashed into our tiny little ward in the 49th Ward. But I love it. So happy Independence Day to so many who are celebrating over the next couple of days. The flags have been out for like a week. As soon as September 1st hit, the flags were out in Rogers Park. So I thank you for bringing this resolution before us. I thank all of our guests in the box for being such strong leaders in our community and our city. And happy Hispanic Heritage Month.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do want to say it's always an honor to speak after Alderman Ramirez, another Ramirez in the room. Thank you for talking about, what it means to be Latino, because it's completely complex. Growing up on the southwest side of Chicago, people would always question me that I wasn't dark enough. Did I know my numbers in Spanish? Did I know my alphabet in Spanish? And actually, I have my grandmother here today in the back of the room. So Grandma, if you can stand up. And my grandmother helped raise me. My mother was a young mother. She was 17 when she had me. And so every day after school, my grandmother would teach me Spanish. And the reason why she would teach me Spanish is because my father, who is Ramirez, his parents, my grandparents, are native to this land. They grew up in Bridgeport. They never spoke Spanish. They were here for generations. And so I spoke English growing up. And I always kind of struggled about what my place was, right? And so a lot of us Latinos, we say, ni de aquí, ni de allá, right? We're not really from there, we're not really from here, but what I say is we're a little bit of everything. I really do believe that we're vessels of the present, the past, and the future. And we spoke about that with the Reverend Jesse Jackson being here tonight, and being here today, rather. And so I just want to say, I am so proud to be Latina and all of its complexities, to be here in a room with a majority Latina membership of City Council in its history, and not just Latina members, but women representing this council who are Latina. And I want to give a shout out to the 10th Ward, because growing up, my grandparents, they were part of the Bracero program. So they ended up coming here to Chicago to work, and they lived in the 10th Ward, and the 10th Ward has the best food. So shout out to the 10th Ward, the best Mexican food in the city. And I guess kind of going back to, it being September 15th, well, tomorrow is Mexican Independence Day. So I'm ready to celebrate. And I think push back a little bit on Alderman Vasquez about why we celebrate, September 15th. So God bless you all, and thank you so much. Gracias.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes Alderman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Alcalde. I just wanted to, listen, my colleagues are amazing and I appreciate what they've said. So I'm not going to reiterate some of the themes that they presented. But I did want to recognize the servants of our community. I really wanted to dig deep in a couple of populations of servants that have really been those who have paved the way. First and foremost, I want to recognize the Latino community that served in the military. The fact is that in my community, we happen to have a plaza, Manuel Perez Plaza, that's dedicated to a former Marine who died in service. And that plaza is a community center in our neighborhood. We now have, on the weekends, we have, we sell fruits and vegetables, and we have an amazing space for mariachi and youth performances. And it's on this space where we recognize Manuel Perez Jr., a fallen World War II soldier in our community, where real community happens in a neighborhood. And I think that speaks to our comunidad. You know, the fact is that we've had protests that have been very important at that plaza. That's a place where we celebrate the Mexican Independence Day parade in the plaza. It's a space where we come together, but it's really a space where we recognize servanthood in our community. So on Hispanic Heritage Month, what I call Latino Heritage Month, I definitely want to recognize those servants. And also want to recognize the organizers in our community. The folks who fight the good fight. They bring up the most important issues of our day, and they challenge the status quo. And I want to recognize them as well. Two community members, two sectors of our community that don't get enough as far as attention, as far as recognition. So whether you're a teacher or you're someone like my mother who served in the Catholic Church for years, or whether you're someone who's a political organizer, I want to recognize those who don't necessarily get recognized. And that's really what's represented in the dais here today. People who need to be recognized for their service, their valor to our community, and their organizing. So thank you very much for being you. We commemorate you here today and everyone that's like you in our community. So thank you for your service, and thank you, Alcalde.
Thank you, Alderman. Thank you very much, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Sigcho Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President, and to all our colleagues. It's a good day when in our city we celebrate diversity rather than divide us. I think the narratives that we see out there are pervasive. And in the city of Chicago, I think we in our communities know that our working people work day in and day out to make the beautiful neighborhoods, the 77 neighborhoods that we have. As a proud immigrant, as someone who grew up in a very small country in South America, I tell you that many of the issues that we have in our communities are very similar. The disinvestment, the neglect that had contributed to the great migration of the South goes all the way south. And we cannot allow the special interests, oligarchs, and corporations to separate us. Today, we celebrate the beautiful Hispanic community, Latino community, as well as the many other communities. Today, we say to all the 820,000 beautiful residents in the city of Chicago that we love them, that we care for them, and that we celebrate each other's diversity, no matter if you come from Venezuela or Mexico or Puerto Rico. And we are one continent. the American continent. And I think today, we remember that we have 150,000 kids in our schools. They're not going to be discriminated. And they are not going to be subject to xenophobia. And they're not going to be subject to neglect because our city knows better. And our leaders know better. We will provide sanctuary. And the sanctuary that we provide is the sanctuary to the 20,000 Black kids that are homeless today. So we gotta remember that it is in this room where we bring our communities that we hear and we empower our communities to reject xenophobia and to celebrate our diversity. Today, we celebrate the flavor that our communities have. Just last weekend, we celebrated in Pilsen in a beautiful parade, Mexican Independence Day. We're proud, we are grateful, and we need to continue to work day in and day out. Because our immigrant community, it is also a fundamental part of our city. The city that works, it works because of our working people. Let us not be divided. Let us not be divided for the propaganda. Because I tell you, down the South, we know very well what these agendas are. And democracy dies slowly in front of us when we allow those narratives to divide us. Today we say we're better than that. Today we celebrate our communities because our communities demand and need leaders that represent them and not their wallets and not their pockets. We today say no to the xenophobia, to banning books, to the xenophobia that we see spreading around when we see in our communities a community that wants to work together, that every day, day in and day out, continues to demonstrate that we are a beautiful community. Today, we remember what has happened in the South, that when the war on poverty became the war on the poor, that same war on the poor that is plaguing our West Side and the South Side. We say we know better than that. We know better than that, and self-determination in our neighborhoods means self-determination for our communities across the country and across the world. Today, we stand proud to celebrate Hispanic Month because our community, it is here and continues to be here. Let us all bring together as working class people, no matter where we came from, because our sanctuary city is stronger together, and it will give an example across the country. As we said, sí se puede. Sí se puede. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes, thank you very much, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Gutierrez.
Thank you so much, Chair and President. And as you all know, I stand here proud as the first Mexican representing the 14th Ward. I am proud to represent, thank you. I am proud to represent now a ward that is 90% Latino, Hispanic. And I just want to be brief because we all it's all right.
Continue, please. You're good.
I just want to be a reminder in my remarks today to our Latino and Hispanic community here in Chicago and in all US to feel proud of being Latino, to be proud of being Hispanic, and to learn and continue speaking our lovely language. Spanish is a lengua romance because the way we speak, the way we embrace it, is having all of these great things of our countries. And as an immigrant myself from Guadalajara, as the first Mexican standing here, representing the great 14th Ward and being an elected official here in Chicago, as Will said, we just need to embrace it and be proud of it. It's not been easy. We all here, in all our jobs, we do a lot of sacrifices. We don't see our kids often as we would love to. We leave home early, we come home late, but we're all working to better our city and our communities. And that is why we also would like to recognize everybody here in the box today, because I've been working with you all, and I could attest how you all have the heart in our community, and every single day you put that in your work, in your sacrifices, and everything you all do for our communities. It's seen, it's appreciated, and I just want to thank you all for being here with us today. But let's remember, all Chicagoans, to celebrate this weekend. Remember how proud we are as Mexicans, but let's be safe, let's respect our neighbors, and let's respect those colors of our flag too. It's important to always remember that. And to teach our young kids, our young people, the importance of being Hispanic and the importance of speaking our language as well. Oftentimes we see people that are afraid or scared of speaking Spanish. And I'm gonna close up with some words in Spanish because I'm never afraid of speaking my lovely language. Tenemos que ser orgullosos de ser hispanos, orgullosos de ser mexicanos o del hermoso país del cual vengamos en este país. Tenemos que continuar a enseñarle a nuestros hijos que sí se puede salir adelante en este país y que todos los sacrificios que hacemos todos los días tienen una recompensa. Hay que seguir adelante, seguir trabajando y enseñarles a nuestros niños que el ser bilingüe les va a abrir más puertas a las oportunidades. Being bilingual would open more doors, and that's why I'm now an alderman, because I was able to speak both languages. Don't be afraid of speaking Spanish. Don't be afraid of having an accent, as I do, because it's just okay. And keep pursuing your dreams, and let's celebrate, not only this month, let's continue embracing our Hispanic heritage all year long. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would respectfully ask those that are here to participate in democracy that they will respect those who are speaking. If you wish to critique that, public speaking is available. You can sign up next month, or you can make an appointment with me and I'll be happy to sit down and listen to you, or any of your prospective alders. So please, let's respect the order here and give the deference that's needed so that we can conduct ourselves in the manner in which the people of Chicago deserve. And so with that, the chair recognizes Alderwoman Rodriguez Sanchez.
Thank you, President. I'm going to be brief. I heard what many of my colleagues said, and it is true that the Latina identity is rooted in colonialism, and it is a really sad and painful story when we think about it. We come from imperialism and genocide and slavery, and all of those things, all that history made us become. And the reality is that the way in which we have moved forward is through love, solidarity, and labor. And we have become the people that we are in all of our diversity through solidarity. So I want to take this moment very specifically to thank everybody that has had solidarity with the new arrivals, with our immigrant siblings, all the people of every race, of every ethnicity that has chosen to organize to provide solidarity. It is the only way that we are going to continue to move forward. It is the only way that we are going to get to the society that we want. And as Latinos, we definitely want to be doing that. We want to extend solidarity to everybody, and we are going to continue doing that here in Chicago and everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other alders that wish to speak to this resolution? I do want to recognize, seeing no hands, I do want to recognize some names. Regelia Villa, Daniel Robles, Marcos Guzman, Maria Guzman, Carlos Bossard, Dr. Ana Gil Garcia, as well as Imelda Salazar. I also want to stand in support of this resolution as this council speaks to the incredible history and the legacy and why we celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month. This is our moment to pause and to honor the incredible contributions that Hispanics have made to communities throughout the city of Chicago and to the global economy. The influence of this heritage is very much a cornerstone of the city of Chicago. Now, there are neighborhoods that I'm going to list off, and I know I'm going to upset someone because I might miss a neighborhood or two. But whether it's Logan Square, Pilsen, Humboldt Park, shout out to 1455 North Washtenaw. The Hispanic community is diverse. It's a mosaic of cultures, Mexico, Puerto Rico, Cuba, countless other spaces across the globe that recognize the beauty of Hispanic heritage. But these contributions that I speak of, I want to be clear, the vibrancy of our city is based on our ability to embrace and celebrate the unique qualities as well as the unique characteristics of our Hispanic siblings. As artists, as educators, as entrepreneurs, public servants, it's time that we finally really acknowledge the strength and the resilience and the importance of our Hispanic siblings, not just in words, but in actions. That's why it's important that we continue to unite ourselves, particularly at a very critical moment in our nation's history. As Alderman Byron Sigcho Lopez has already articulated, I do want to give special recognition to the fact that when we celebrate the heritage of Hispanics, that there is a clear recognition of the Afro contribution to the Hispanic heritage. And so we are grateful for our sister in Colombia, who quite frankly resembles the very resistance that Jeanette Taylor led here in Chicago, as she led people across the villages, Colombia, into Bogota, to call out the government for its privatization of mining, the work that Afro-Colombians were leading. It's not that much different than what our sister has done here in Chicago. And so as we celebrate the heritage of Hispanics, let's recognize the complexity, but most importantly, let's recognize the beauty. Happy Hispanic Heritage Month. As we reconvene, the body, the chair would like to recognize and acknowledge State Senator Rob Martwick is joining us today. Can we give him a nice City Council warm round of applause? The chair recognizes Alderman Greg Mitchell. Can I get a motion for the passage of all three resolutions?
Yes, Mr. President, I move passage of all three of the resolutions in the omnibus.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
I
Very
now
good.
move
Alderman Mitchell.
I now move that we return to regular order of business.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. Thank you all for your exceptional patience today. Communications.
Communications from His Honor the Mayor to the Honorable the City Council of the City of Chicago. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Controller, I transmitted with an ordinance amending sections 9-101-020 and 9-102-020 of the Municipal Code to align the code with the newly enacted state law. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, signed, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Housing, I transmitted with an ordinance amending the municipal code to add a section regarding right of eviction counsel, your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, signed, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmitted with an ordinance authorizing the execution of an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education to provide TIF funding for improvements to McCutcheon Elementary School. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, signed, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmitted with an ordinance authorizing the execution of an amended TIF redevelopment agreement with Inglewood Connect LLC. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, signed, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmitted with an ordinance authorizing the execution of a TIF redevelopment agreement with E.G. Wood L3C. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, signed, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Housing, I transmitted with an ordinance amending the Amani Village Senior Residences Project Ordinance. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, signed, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmitted with an ordinance authorizing the execution of an amended Neighborhood Opportunity Fund redevelopment agreement with Ogden Washtenaw JV LLC. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, signed, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Budget Director, I transmitted with a Fund 925 amendment. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, signed, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Ladies and gentlemen, I transmitted herewith, together with Alderman Haddon, Ramirez Rosa, and Martin, a resolution seeking approval of a referendum question regarding the city's real estate transfer tax. Your favorable consideration of this resolution will be appreciated. Very truly yours, signed, Brandon Johnson, Mayor.
Rules.
The matter will be referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmitted with ordinances authorizing the budget, the execution of service provider agreements, and public hearings for the establishment or term extension and boundary expansion for various special service areas. Your favorable consideration of these ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, signed, Brendan Johnson, Mayor, referred to the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmitted with an ordinance authorizing a Class 6B tax incentive for property located at 3340 North Kedzie Avenue. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, signed, Brendan Johnson, Mayor, referred to the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. Ladies and gentlemen, I transmitted with, together with Alderman Rodriguez Sanchez, an ordinance establishing a working group to develop recommendations regarding the provision of mental health services. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, signed, Brendan Johnson, Mayor, referred to the Committee on Health and Human Relations. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmitted with ordinances authorizing the negotiated sale of city-owned properties. Your favorable consideration of these ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, signed, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmitted with ordinances authorizing the sale of city-owned properties under the Adjacent Neighbors Land Acquisition Program. Your favorable consideration of these ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, signed, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmitted with an ordinance authorizing the execution of a land disposition agreement with the Chicago Park District for expansion of Ronan Park. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, signed, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Assets, Information and Services, I transmitted with an ordinance authorizing the execution of a lease agreement with Rescue 8 Education and Training Division Incorporated. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, signed, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, I transmitted with appointments to various special service areas. Your favorable consideration of these appointments will be appreciated. Very truly yours, signed, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, referred to the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. City Clerk Anna Valencia hereby informs the City Council that the following documents were filed in her office relating to the respective subjects designated as follows. Certification of the city's funding requirement for Policeman's Annuity and Benefit Fund of Chicago for the year 2024. Certification of the city's funding requirement for the Labor and Retirement Board and Employees Annuity and Benefit Fund of Chicago for tax levy year 2024, payment year 2025. Comprehensive annual financial report of the Metropolitan Water Reclamation District of Greater Chicago for year ended December 31st, 2022. Office of Inspector General's third follow-up audit report of the Department of Transportation's billing process for commercial driveway permit annual fees. Also, the Office of the Inspector General's report regarding the Chicago Police Department's rules requiring membership to report misconduct. And an Office of the Inspector General's audit report regarding the Department of Family and Support Services outreach to encampments of people experiencing homelessness. Also, an Office of Inspector General's report regarding the Community Police Mediation Pilot Program, and an Office of Inspector General's report regarding the Chicago Police Department's 911 response time data collection and reporting. City Clerk Valencia also informs the City Council that all those matters which were considered by the City Council, at the regular meeting held on July 19th, 2023, and which were required by statute to be printed in book or pamphlet form or in one or more newspapers, were printed in pamphlet form on September 13th, 2023, by being printed in full text in the printed pamphlet copies of the Journal of Proceedings of the City of Chicago. City Clerk Valencia also transmits herewith the following miscellaneous communications and reports requiring City Council action. Zoning reclassifications of particular areas which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Claims against the City of Chicago which are referred to the Committee on Finance. The recommendation by the Commission on Chicago Landmarks for designation of the Eugenie Lane Apartments at 235 West Eugenie Street as a Chicago landmark, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. And amendment of Title 17 of the Municipal Code of Chicago by reclassification of the area shown on map number 5-F at 1601 through 1611 North Halsted Street and 744 through 758 West North Avenue, which was referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Your Honor, that concludes the reports and communications from the mayor and other city officers.
Thank you very much. We will now enter to our committee reports. And we'll start with committee reports. The chair recognizes financer. Okay. All right, thank you very much. Let's please make sure we keep order here. The chair recognizes Finance Chair, Chairwoman Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the City Council. Reporting for the City Council's Committee on Finance, which held a committee meeting on August 29th, 2023, and on September 11th, 2023. The following items received a due pass recommendation from the committee. Item number 1 is an ordinance authorizing the issuance of tax-exempt bonds for the Care Manor project located at 4531 through 4555 West Washington Boulevard in the 28th Ward. Mr. President, unless someone wishes to speak on this item, I move passage of this item by a roll call vote.
Seeing no hands. Please use, thank you. Seeing no hands, please use, members, the e-vote application to record your vote at this time.
The vote is now open. Please refresh and cast your vote. For Alderman Riley and Alderman O'Shea, we will call your names out at the end of the vote call. Alderman Vasquez votes aye. I will now begin to call the names of individuals who have not cast their vote. Alderman Laspada. Alderman Ramirez. Alderman Lopez. Alderman Cicho Lopez. Alderman O'Shea.
Aye.
Alderman O'Shea votes aye. Alderman Riley.
Alderman Riley votes aye.
Alderman Riley votes aye. The vote is now closed.
Thank you very much. The voting has been declared closed. There are 44 yeas, no nays, and there is one absent. Chair recognizes Alderman Mitchell. On the motion to reconsider.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we reconsider the vote.
Okay, all those in favor of reconsidering this vote signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. All right, this motion fails.
President, is a communication concerning the appointment of Chase Rowinkle as the city comptroller. Unless someone wishes to speak on this item, I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider, with the exception of Alderman Mitchell, Quinn, Lopez, Tabarez, and Irvin, who all wish to be recorded as voting no.
Seeing no hands and hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item number 3 is an ordinance approving.
Pardon me.
Yes, sorry, Mr. President.
Congratulations. And here I thought all these people were here for me. The chair recognizes Chairwoman Dow.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Item number 3 is an ordinance.
Did we do item number? That was item 2?
Yes,
Okay, that was 2. Thank you very much.
we're on item number 3, which is an ordinance approving amendment number 4 to the redevelopment plan for the Northwest Industrial Corridor redevelopment project area in the 26th, 28th, 36th, and 37th ward. I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item number 4 is an ordinance designated the expanded Northwest Industrial Corridor redevelopment project area, a redevelopment project area pursuant to the Tax Increment Allocation Redevelopment Act in the 26th, 28th, 36th, and 37th wards. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item number 5 is an ordinance adopting tax increment allocation financing for amendment number 4 to the redevelopment plan for the Northwest Industrial Redevelopment Project area in the 26th, 28th, 36th, and 37th wards. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item number 6 is an ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education for the provision of tax increment financing funds for the upgrading, repairing, recertifying the building's automation system at Rolled Amundsen High School located at 5110 North Damon Avenue in the 40th ward. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Thank you. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item number 7 is an ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education for the provision of TIF funds for the upgrades to the entry plaza, which includes revising the landscaping, paving, and a new feature wall at Uplift Community High School, located at 900 West Wilson in the 46th ward. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item number 8 is an ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education for the provision of TIF funds for a new artificial turf football soccer field, 4-lane rubber surface running track, LED highlight features, and drainage infrastructure at Greater Lawndale High School for Social Justice, Infinity Math, Science, and Technology High School, Multicultural Arts High School, World Language Academy High School, located at 3120 South Costner at the 22nd ward. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item number 9 is an ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education for the provision of TIF funds for a full roof replacement and associated targeted masonry repairs at Mark Skinner Elementary School branch located at 225 South Aberdeen Street in the 34th ward. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Items number 10 and 11 consist of orders of authorization for the payment of various small claims against the city of Chicago and the denial of payments of various small claims against the city of Chicago. If there are no objections, I move that these items be placed on the omnibus.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Item 12 is an order authorizing 2 applications for the City of Chicago charitable solicitation tag day permits for the Children International Incorporated and for the Illinois State Council Knights of Columbus Charities. If there are no objections, I move that these items be placed on the omnibus.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Item number 13 is the report of cases in which verdicts, judgments, or settlements were entered into for the month of July and August 2023. This will be placed on file with the clerk. Item number 14A is an order authorizing the Corporation Council to enter into and execute a settlement order in the case of Emily Vinicki individually and as special representative of Owen Vinicki, a minor, Patrick Vinicki, and Claudia Jacobs versus the City of Chicago et al. in the amount of $150,000. I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item number 14B is an order authorizing Corporation Counsel to enter into and execute a settlement order in the case of Diana Carazareth versus Chicago Police Officer Christopher Jaros, star number 9295, Chicago Police Officer Amin Mustafa, star number 16130, Chicago Police Officer Arturo Villanueva, star number 409, and the City of Chicago, a municipal corporation, in the amount of $330,000. I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item number 14C is an order authorizing Corporation Counsel to enter into and execute a settlement order in the case of Reginald Rucker versus Chicago Police Officer Daniel Kalman in the amount of $350,000. Unless someone wishes to speak on this item, I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider, with the exception of Alderman Quinn, Moore, Tabaris, and Spizzato, who all wish to be recorded as voting no.
Chair recognizes Alderman Gardner.
I'd like to be recorded as a no as well.
The record will reflect that Alderman Gardner would also like to be recorded as a no.
I renew my motion.
Thank you. I apologize. The chair recognizes Alderman Napolitano.
Mr. President, I'd like to be recorded as a no as well, please.
Alderman Riley is a no as well.
Chair recognizes Alderman Riley, who also wishes to be recorded as a no. Seeing no other hands or hearing no objection, chair recognizes Alderman Chico.
Thank you. I'd like to be recorded as a no as well.
Chair recognizes also Alderman Beal.
I'm also a no, Mr. Chairman.
So the record will reflect that also Alderman Chico and Alderman Beal would also like to be recorded as no. Seeing no other hands and hearing no other objections, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item number 14D is being held in committee. Item number 14E is an order authorizing Corporation Counsel to enter into and execute a settlement order in the case of Washington versus Boudreaux et al. And Hood versus City of Chicago et al. In the amount of $25 million. Unless someone wishes to speak on this item, I move passage of this item by the most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider, with the exception of Alderman Hopkins, Quinn, Tabaris, and Conway, who all wish to be recorded as voting no.
Chair recognizes Alderman Napolitano.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be recorded as a no.
Thank you, Alderman.
Alderman Riley would like to be recorded as a no, please.
Chair recognizes Alderman Riley, who also wishes to be recorded as a no. Seeing no other hands and hearing no other objections, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance also met on August 29th for a subject matter hearing to discuss a resolution introduced by Alderman Villegas calling on hearings with the Department of Water and the Department of Finance to discuss efforts in addressing water bills, outline plans to lessen the burden on Chicagoans, and ensure that water bill statements are reflective of actual water usage. There were no votes taken, Mr. President, but Alderman Villegas has asked to speak to this matter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The chair recognizes Alderman Villegas.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I want to thank Chairman Dow for hosting that hearing. Ladies and gentlemen, what we heard from residents of the city of Chicago is that residents are getting hosed on a yearly basis to the tune of tens of thousands of dollars. And it's our job as elected representatives to make sure that we're putting forward solutions to address this issue. Back in 2019, this body took efforts to deal with the fines and fees. At that time, fines and fees were the #1 issue that was creating bankruptcy for Chicagoans. The #1 issue for bankruptcy from Chicagoans was the fines and fees that the city of Chicago was administering. Water billing has that same opportunity to do that, and it's incumbent upon us and the administration to work together to get this issue resolved. Chairman Dow's asked me to to lead from the legislative side to deal with this issue. And in working with the newly appointed comptroller, we have identified 3 immediate steps that we can take to address this issue. So that way we can make sure that everyday Chicagoans are not being hosed. #1 would be establish an appeal process. If a resident of Chicago feels that they got a wrong water bill today, they have no opportunity to speak to the city to say, hey, wait a minute, there's an error here. So we want to do that. We'll do that through legislation. We want to work with the CFO and bond counsel to figure out how we can take a look at language that allows for the comptroller to have some flexibility around debt that's being incurred wrongly. Right now, today, there's no flexibility for the comptroller. So he has to collect 100% of the water bill, 100%. We did an analysis and the city of Chicago collects $1.4 billion in water bills. About $8 million of that is falls in this category where there's overbilling, which equates to 0.0057% of the total funds that we collect. When we talk about 100%, death, taxes, we might as well add water bills to it as well. So we have to make sure that through the bond council, we allow that flexibility to at least have 1%, so that way the comptroller can help Chicagoans that we're representing. Also, out of those hearings, we heard that there's a vendor that's currently on contract with the city that has been waiting months to offer a solution with the antiquated IT infrastructure that we have. If the administration can go ahead and approve this vendor, we can begin to have this IT infrastructure quickly repaired. And we're talking the contract's very minimal. But I think we need to make sure as a body on the legislative side that we're putting forward policies that will help everyday Chicagoans. And we want to work closely with the administration to deal with this issue, because this is a huge issue. When you heard people testify, you had a lady that was 80 years old, owed almost $100,000. She couldn't even testify because she had a stroke. So her son had to testify on her behalf. We've got to do something about this. And so we'll be introducing legislation next month. Mr. President, we look forward to working with you and your comptroller to address this issue. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Alderman.
Thank you,
Villegas.
Alderman.
Mr. President, that concludes my report for the Committee on Finance. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman. The chair recognizes now Committee on Budget and Government Operations, Chairman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the council. Reporting for the Committee on Budget and Government Operations was held a meeting on September 12, 2023. The committee has recommended passage of the following item. Item #1 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning an annual appropriation ordinance year 2023 amendment within Fund 925. I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Respectfully, I have 3 items. First, if I may be recorded as voting yes on the first item before the Finance Committee.
Mr. Clerk, we can make that indication. Thank you, Mr. Lopez, Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Second, if I may, under Rule 14 for item 14A, recuse myself out of abundance of caution due to a pending city lawsuit.
So order.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And thirdly, if I may, Mr. President, move to divide the question on this item, separating the $33 million section with regards to the FEMA allocation from the original ordinance, and have it voted on separately.
There's a motion on the floor to separate the two, divide this appropriations.
Yes.
Right. The chair recognizes Alderwoman
Lay that
Harris.
on the table.
Okay, there is a motion made by Alderwoman Harris to lay the question, to divide the question, the motion to divide the question, apologies, to lay it on the table.
Roll call, please.
There's been a roll call vote that has been requested. We will honor that. I just want to make sure that we are clear. A yes vote means you wish to consider this ordinance 925 in its entirety. A no vote means you wish to consider whether to allow to separate this vote or the components of the 925 ordinance. So a yes, again, means to consider a 925 ordinance in its entirety. A no vote means you wish to consider to separate the vote.
The vote is now open. Please refresh your iPads and cast your votes. Alderman Riley and Alderman O'Shea, we will call your name at the end of the roll call vote. Please.
The chair recognizes Alderwoman Scott.
Clarification, if you're voting no, that means that we're laying it on the table so that they can divide the questions, correct? If you vote yes, that means that you don't want them to divide it.
So let me try to offer that. So essentially, so if you vote yes, you want to consider ordinance 925 in its entirety.
Correct.
If you vote no, you wish to consider to separate the vote.
I will now begin calling the names of individuals who have not registered their vote. Alderman Ramirez. Alderman Ramirez votes yes. Alderperson O'Shea.
Yes.
Alderperson O'Shea votes yes. Alderperson Wagaspack. Alderperson Wagaspack votes yes. Alderperson Vasquez. Alderperson Riley.
No.
Alderperson Riley votes no. Alderperson Taveras. The vote is now closed.
There are 33 yeas and 15 nays. So the motion to consider to keep this 925 ordinance in its entirety, that motion succeeds. The chair recognizes Chairman Irvin.
There no further comment. I'll move passage of this item by roll call vote.
The chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you again, Mr. President. Members of the City Council, good afternoon. even though that motion failed, the point of this is to give us time and to discuss more thoroughly and more correctly what exactly we are doing to address the humanitarian crisis that is here before us. We've already committed $51 million meant to address opioid use to this endeavor. And we are accepting money from FEMA to backfill all the money we've already spent, all the money you never appropriated to address the feeding and housing of the asylum seekers in our city. I take issue with that. All of you should take issue with that. Because what we are seeing is money that was appropriated for one use, in particular in the 2023 budget, being shuffled, rerouted, redirected, respent without public conversation, without a vote by a single one of you here, and without a plan that has been made public and that we can all look and say, these are the points, these are the metrics, this is the route for the path that we are going. Now, Mr. President, I understand, and I've said numerous times in this room and out, that you inherited a mess. You inherited a humanitarian crisis by the previous administration whose sole thought was just to throw more money at it. Just keep shoveling it out like she was shoveling coal. And we learn now that we're seeking to get help and more money from the federal government after learning that federal government money is being used to ship them here in the first place. We know that welcoming people is what we say we care about. But we also know that we talk a great deal about charity starts at home. And Mr. President, I take issue when I see situations like what happened on the west side and some of the north and southwest sides in early July, when floodwaters ravaged communities, where homeowners are literally in mold-filled houses with furnaces that don't work, water tanks that are no longer usable. And it's hard to look those folks in the eye and say, we're concerned about you too, when we are not proactively spending and rearranging the cosmos to help them in the hopes of later FEMA dollars, but we're willing to do that for the individuals who have been shipped here by the truckload every week. We have a chance to show that we can do both. We have a chance to take care of our own and take care of the individuals who are being manipulated without re-manipulating them at every turn, Mr. President. What concerns me and what should concern everybody in this room is that even this money is going backwards. It's backfilling the hole that's already been dug, because we heard during budget that most of this money is going to pay for June, August, and September. July and August into September. That's 3 months ago. We have no idea, no say, no oversight over where that money went. Did it serve its purpose? And when you say that you have $19.8 million allocated just for food during those 3 months, and yet I keep hearing that the people at the police stations only eat once a day, who failed who, Mr. President? Because those are the people that we're hiring that are taking this money handed fist, shoving it in their pockets and telling us that they are doing a great job. I wish I could tell you, because I know my colleagues on committee said, tell us who our vendors are from not only June, July, and August, but from last year. Tell us who's being paid for the shelters, not just from June, July, and August, but from last year.
And last time I checked, even though those were sent through the chair as requests yesterday, there's not a single answer to be had. Famously, one of the other chairmen had to go to the news to get an answer. That is outrageous. This body has the fiduciary responsibility to safeguard the taxpayer dollar and use it accordingly, and none of us can explain where it's going. None of us know where it will go. We should be able to answer those questions in no uncertain terms. We have to account for every dollar. And when we look at an ordinance like this, Mr. President, one of my colleagues gleefully joked when I voted against this in budget, well, we finally got you to vote against the police. Because I had to say no to a $5 million grant for training in order to say no to $33 million I couldn't explain. You could wrap it in bacon, but if it's a turd, it's still gonna taste like. We need to do better. We need to be able to say where this is going, because in every description here, I know exactly how it's being spent in the future. I know exactly what it's going to be, the outcome. I know exactly where it's going, regardless what item it is in this ordinance, except for one. So, Mr. President, I will vote no on this item. And I'm going to encourage my colleagues to vote no, because even though all our communities want answers and all our communities know we need to have the money to cover the costs, I can't keep spending backwards without being told where we're going forward. I wasn't elected for that. None of us were elected for that. And all of you have to go back to your constituents, and when they say, where'd the money go? Not a single one of you here is going to have an answer. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Ramirez.
President, I would like to be recorded as a yes on the first most favorable roll call vote for the Committee on Finance.
Thank you. The record will reflect that. Chair recognizes Alderman LaSpada.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. In all of that, the point that I really agreed with Alderman Lopez on is that charity starts at home. Because every time I go to the 14th District Police Station, I see the residents of my ward who are providing food and comfort and hospitality and support to those residents. And every time they ask us, what are we doing on the government side to provide those services and that funding as well? And that's what this conversation is about, right? And it's not even about taxpayer dollars. It's about dollars that we have received from the federal government and whether we will appropriate those dollars to support our neighbors in need. That's the real conversation. And the only thing that frustrates me is pretending like we didn't have this conversation for 2 hours a couple of days ago. Because these questions were asked and they were answered. We talked about the percentage that's going to housing. We talked about how much is going towards shelter and food. People asked really good questions about really good data and information, even going back a year on how we've been budgeting and supporting the shelters. That's great information, but I feel like to believe that we would have the fullness of that information in 48 hours, I don't think is fair to those who are tasked with providing that information. So I'm really glad for the work that we're doing, because as much as charity starts at home, justice is more than charity. Justice is fully funding the needs of our neighbors. Justice is doing what you and Governor Pritzker have done, which is demanding full expedited work permits for our neighbors so that they can get on that path to self-sufficiency. So I'm glad for this ordinance. I'm glad and ready to vote yes on it to make sure that we're providing those full supports and trusting your team to make sure that the accounting going forward is full and transparent. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Sixto Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to be recognized as a yes vote on the first item on the Finance Committee. I think Alderman Espada already clarified. I have a few points of information, but I think Alderman Espada already covered that. Thank you.
Thank you. The record will reflect an aye vote. The chair recognizes Alderwoman from the 37th Ward, Emma Mitz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the resolution for the ordinance, but I want to say something. I haven't had a chance to tell this council. Alderman Lopez brought it up about the flood that happened on the west side. And it's kind of hard for me to try to help to bring families back together again and try to get them somewhat sense of relief. And they're constantly reminding me of all the dollars being spent out for the migrants. Now, if we can walk and chew gum at the same time, doggone it, it's time. Now is the time. That's all I can tell you. Now is the time. There have never been such a devastation as what we have experienced and still experiencing in my community. In fact, not only just my community, let me say the west side of Chicago, because everyone, my pastor just called this morning, we're dealing with FEMA, we're dealing with SBA, but our community, a lot of them are not as technology as one would like for them to be to navigate this system. And yet predators are out here taking advantage of them with just getting this little money they get. So my whole focus is not the migrants. Let me just make that clear, because I believe in truth and justice. And Lord knows, if you break the law, then don't ask me to help you fix the law. If you broke it, you broke it. Right now, all I want to do is to try and make my community somewhat back whole again, and to look forward to fixing the problem in the future. Not only do we have this problem now, what happens the next time it rains? We've been going through this before. And if this city council want my support on anything, let me just make it clear. You doggone it better come over there and help 37 Ward out. I got seniors who still in the house right now with mold in their house. And we need help. And we need help from this city of Chicago, the greatest city that I work for. And I want to know where everybody's at. I do believe in human and mankind, and I'm not against any race, not by no means. But my people are suffering, white, black, blue, or brown, whatever color they are, they're suffering, and they are here right now and been here. And we need to try to help them to stay here. So I want to thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me the opportunity to just vent for a minute on this council of what we've gone through out here on the west side of Chicago. And if you think it ain't no joke, you just come over there and go in some of these houses and you'll see.
Thank you. Just please
And
stay.
you'll see. We need unions. We need everybody to step up. Come over and give us a hand. I'm calling them out. I want everybody help. I'm not closed-minded to any help. All organization, all hands on deck, put them on deck right now and give us the help that we need. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman David Moore.
Thank you, Mr. President. A lot of things I said, but in the audience, because it's important that we continue to communicate to our constituencies. And we know that this is a national problem. And so on one hand, when I agree with my colleague, Alderman Lopez, and we have to talk about even where the money comes from, where that money is going, that becomes important. And so definitely provide that. But what's critical to me is for you all to understand when we are pushing the administration, and I know I have, to get more money from the federal government, from the state. And so, Mayor, I appreciate your team for going out there and getting more money. So I cannot turn money away that I went and I told you to go get. And so that helps us here in the city. So when I fighting against spending city dollars, I cannot fight against federal dollars, especially federal emergency dollars. And I only fight against city dollars when it's not equitable across for people who need it, our residents who need it, whether it's an old lady who needs her porch fixed or her roof fixed, so she won't go homeless, or for our homeless people. But while we are getting this federal money, you cannot turn federal money away and send it back. Just like we did with the, I think it was the $21 million from the emergency from the state government. You can't turn money back, otherwise we will not get it. So we have to accept this money so that the Chicago taxpayers, Chicago specific city taxpayers, because it's still tax money, whether it's federal or state, but this is federal money that we would not otherwise get. And so we have to make sure we get this money so we can lessen the burden on the city of Chicago taxpayers. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Alderman. Thank you. I apologize. The chair recognizes Alderman Sposato.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the Portage Park area. It's not just the west side that got hammered. Portage Park is represented by 5 different alderman portions of it, so we also got hammered over there. But like my colleague David Moore said, it's like, well, we don't want to not accept the money. I wish this administration, our federal, our senators, our congresspeople, our whoever put some pressure on the federal government, because they're the ones that created this mess and are not giving us much help and not communication with us that much. So, but I just wanted to mention also the Portage Park community, which is represented by 5 of us, also got hammered. So let's not forget about the northwest side and Portage Park. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Are there any other alders that wish to speak to this dynamic? Before I, yes, Chair recognizes Alderman Wagasback.
Thank you, Mr. President. I made a procedural error voting on that last item. I would like to be recorded as voting yes on the first item on the Finance Committee agenda. And unless there's an objection.
I don't see any objections.
Thank you, Mr. President.
So we would have you, well, there are some objections now. So what the Alderman Wagasback is asking for is to be recorded as a yes on the first item. That is in order. And so because was that a hand? Okay, so seeing no other hands, before I pass it back to Chairman Irvin, it's a star-studded day because we are also joined by the State Treasurer of the great state of Illinois. Michael Frericks just walked in. Can we give him a nice city warm welcome? But I'm not mistaken, he is now a resident of the greatest city in the world, the city of Chicago. Don't know what ward he lives in, not trying to start anything. The chair recognizes Chairman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a rarity that I pretty much agree with every statement that has been made here today on this item. One thing I will want to say, though, is that while we're entitled to our own opinions, we're not entitled to our own set of facts. The fact of the matter here is that these are federal dollars that have been sent to the city of Chicago, and we have a choice to either accept them or reject them. Yes, some of the money has previously been spent on items, as was pointed out earlier, but also some of this money is going toward a future use as well. One point I do want to correct, though, is that the money that we have spent didn't come from opioid settlements or other items. They came from other sources. So again, these are dollars that we have asked for from the federal government to deal with the situation that we have at hand. And I think it would be wrong of us not to accept that money because, again, folks are here. We've got to figure out how we're going to manage this particular situation. But I do want to echo the concerns of Alderwoman Mitch of the 37th Ward. She talks about the challenges that we continue to face on the west side of Chicago, as well as Alderman Sposato of the areas in Portage Park, as well as all of us who have various challenges around the city. The key point here that I think that we have to remember is that we have to be able to figure out a way to solve all of these challenges. And I believe that by turning this money down, that doesn't help us down that path of solving challenges. Because again, these situations aren't changing or aren't going away. We need additional funding. We need additional revenue to solve these particular challenges. And so that's why I would encourage all of us to support taking and receiving these dollars, all of the dollars, because we have money not only for the $33 million for the migrants from DHS, but also other funding from the state, other funding from the federal government. There's a ton of funding here regarding public health, HIV/AIDS, and other issues that we're faced with across this city. So again, these are grant funds that I believe that we should accept. Now, granted, we still have other challenges to work out, but not accepting the money that we've asked for to deal with a situation that we all see does not make a lot of sense to me. And I hope that you all will support and vote yes on this item. We're about to go into the budget conversation. Again, we've continued to ask the question about priorities. So we must make sure that the priorities that we talked about, even on the west side, with the west side elected officials, are met in the same budget that we're talking about priorities for the north and the south sides of the city. So again, this is the time, and we're going into the season to have these conversations about the priorities of this city, but turning down 33 million, 5 million, 8 million, or any other amount that's coming to us as a grant does not make sense fiscally or financially for us. And I encourage a yes vote and ask for a roll call vote on the matter.
So there's a roll call that is being asked on this vote. So, Mr. Clerk, would you please make sure that so you record your votes through e-vote. The voting is now open.
The voting is now open. Please refresh your iPads. Please cast your votes. I will now begin calling off the names of individuals who have not cast their vote. Alderperson O'Shea.
Yes.
Alderperson O'Shea votes yes. Alderperson Tabares. Alderperson Tabares votes yes. Alderperson Riley.
Yes.
Alderperson Riley votes yes. The vote is now closed.
There are 45 yeas, 4 no votes, and 1 absent. This item passes. Chair recognizes Chairman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Motion to reconsider. The chair recognizes Alderman Mitchell on a motion to reconsider.
Mr. President, motion on to reconsider the vote.
Thank you very much. There's been a motion to reconsider. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those that oppose signify by saying no.
No.
This motion fails. The chair recognizes Chairman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I close on item number 2 on the Committee on Finance, Chairman Dow had me recorded as a no. I wish to be a yes. I did not inform her of that. That was a voting committee, but after conversation with the comptroller, I would like to support his confirmation.
So the Alderman Irvin will be recorded as a yes vote on the confirmation of our comptroller. So just for clarity and matter, because it was an error. So it's not a change in vote, it was an error. And so because it was an error, we'll make sure that we correct that error. So you will be recorded as a yes so that we can correct the error. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Are those all the items that you have for us today, Chairman?
The one and only.
Okay.
That concludes my report.
All right, very good. Thank you. Committee on Rules, the chair recognizes Chairwoman Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reporting for your Committee on Committees and Rules, which met on Wednesday, September sixth at 12:30 PM. The committee recommends passage of the following items. Items 1 and 2 are corrections of City Council Journal Proceedings of October 26, 2022 and March 15th, 2023. Items 1 and 2 received a due pass recommendation. Mr. President, I move passage of these items by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Seeing no hands, hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item number 3 is a recommendation that ordinance 2023-2995, amendment of the municipal code, chapter 6-105 regarding minimum hourly wage and occupations receiving gratuities be re-referred to the Committee on Workforce Development. I move approval of this recommendation that item 3 be re-referred to the Committee on Workforce by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much. Committee on Economic Capital Technology Development, the chair recognizes Chairman Villegas.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the City Council. Reporting for the Committee on Economic Capital Technology Development, which met on Tuesday, September 5th, 2023. The committee held a meeting and recommends passage of the following items. Items 1 through 10 on the report are a series of appointments and reappointments to various special service areas collectively voted on by committee members and introduced by Mayor Johnson during the June 21 and July 19th City Council meetings. The appointment of Pangiotis Valavanis to SSA number 22, Andersonville Commission located in the 40th, 47th, and 48th wards. Reappointment of Joe Oliveri to SSA number 28-2014, Six Corners Commission located in the 45th ward. Appointment of Richard Norwood to SSA number 42, 71st Street, Stony Island Commission, located in the 5th, 7th, and 8th wards. Appointment of Robert Block to SSA number 48, Old Town Commission, located in the 2nd and 27th ward. Appointment of Eric Valdez to SSA number 39, Brighton Park, Archer Heights Commission, located in the 12th and 14th wards. Appointment of Ayesha Amina Kareem to SSA number 42, 71st Street, Stony Island Commission, located in 5th, 7th, and 8th wards. Appointment of Linda Young to SSA number 42, 71st Street, Stony Island Commission, located in 5th, 7th, and 8th wards. Appointment of Damon Smith to SSA number 42, 71st Street, Stony Island Commission, located in 5th, 7th, and 8th wards. Appointment of Sean McGinnis, SSA number 42, 71st Street, Stony Island Commission, located in the 5th, 7th, and 8th wards. The appointment of Alejandra Gonzalez to SSA number 7, 47th Street and Cottage Grove Commission, located in the 4th and 20th wards. I move for passage of these appointments and reappointments by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
No objections, so ordered.
Next item is an approval for issuance of a Class 6B tax incentive for a vacant building and property located at 407 West 109th Street, located in the 21st ward. I move for passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item 12 on the report is an approval for issuance of a Class L tax incentive for property located at 500 North LaSalle Drive, located in the 42nd ward. I move for passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so
Addition-
ordered.
Additionally, during this meeting, the committee received an IT assessment from Gartner Consulting, which has been placed on file with the clerk. And as it relates to that report, Mr. President, I would hope that the administration acts quickly to implement the IT modernization. This body has taken efforts to two of the three efforts needed to do this modernization. We passed a capital bill, 350 million. We also had Gartner do the IT assessment, which is the blueprint. And the reason why we're pushing on this, Mr. President, is because there's hundreds of millions of dollars in savings that we can realize. And as we just got the news this week of the rosy budget that's coming forward, there's a huge opportunity to capture some revenue in the out years. And so I would hope that that we can work together to modernize the IT within the city of Chicago. Also on Tuesday, September 12th, the committee held a meeting and recommends passage of the following item. Item 1 on the report was an approval for issuance of a Class 6B tax incentive for a property located at 1951 West Hastings. I move for passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Committee on Health and Human Relations. The chair recognizes Chairperson Rodriguez Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reporting for your Committee on Health and Human Relations, which met on July 24, 2023 at 10 a.m. The first and only item is Resolution R 2023-0002929, calling for hearings on initiatives for expansion of Chicagoans' access to mental health services, including mental health centers and crisis response services. This item received a due pass recommendation from the committee. Mr. President, I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote on the Committee on Finance associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Thank you very much. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
That concludes my report.
Thank you. I understand that we did move past the Committee on Environmental Protection and Energy. So what we'll do is we'll go to that committee now, Committee on Environmental Protection and Energy. The chair recognizes Chairperson Haddon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know last term this committee did not meet very frequently, so we're going to have to get used to committee reports coming from the Committee on Environmental Protection and Energy. So, Mr. President and members of City Council, reporting for your Committee on Environmental Protection and Energy, which held a committee meeting on September 6, 2023. The committee had one report, and I'll slow down my speaking to allow entry. Our committee recommends passage of the following item. So our item 1 is the appointment of Angela Tovar as our Chief Sustainability Officer. Item A 2023-0002901. I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call of the first successful vote on the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Thank you. Are there any hands? Anyone wishes to speak? The chair recognizes Alderman Moore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know you reached out and I called back. We didn't get a chance and opportunity to talk, and I hopefully we do. Have an opportunity to look over your resume and definitely support the mayor's your appointment from the mayor. As I probably said on my voicemail, what's critical to me is that as I've introduced an ordinance to Keep Chicago Clean ordinance, it's one that I look forward to working with you on and working with the administration on, because as we look at our city and the constant trash that's around, I think that's important that we run a Keep Chicago Clean campaign. And that's very important because it's going to also save money. There's an opportunity cost there. It's just not a campaign in terms of just something that feel good. In the same way when we did, Stay Off of Drugs campaign, there's a cost to people dying and being on drugs. There's a cost to trash. There's a cost to this city being filthy to our taxpayers. And so we have to run that campaign. So I look forward to working with you on that. And I like to be recorded as a yes vote on this appointment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alderman. Chair recognizes Alderman Rodriguez.
And the fact is that our city, much like every big city, faces an existential crisis. The climate change is real. It's happening as we speak. And it's very important that we as a body make sure that we are great stewards of our environment, because that has impacts across the board. That means we need to have great leaders in these positions, people ready to take the baton and move the ball forward to make sure that our city is as environmentally friendly as possible, and adding to the tapestry reform that's so necessary to roll back many of the vices that have been incurred over the last decades. The fact is, Angela, your track record and your resume speak very loudly to your expertise, and the fact that we know that you will steward us in that right direction, and the diversity as well that this pick represents as well is very satisfying to see. So I support this. I support this appointment, and I'm very happy that we're moving this forward today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Alderman. Chair recognizes Alder Vasquez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank you and commend you really for your leadership in this appointment moving it forward. I also want to thank Chairwoman Haddon. It is really, really amazing to see you in this position, especially thinking about what that committee looked like last term. So I want to thank you for these improvements. We understand that we are in a global situation. You know, in decades past, people would talk about saving the planet. I think after looking at the air quality days, we have to look out for the heat, the different weather. The reality is the planet is going to be here. We may not, unless we take the right action. So when we think about Chicago being not only a world-class city, we're a global city, and we have the opportunity to set an example, whether it's decarbonization efforts, cumulative impact studies, making sure that things moving forward, or when there are demolitions, that we're actually moving in a way that takes into account the communities that live by a lot of these properties, that when we think about what it means to have an energy grid and what that could look like in the future for our city, that we have the opportunity to make the right choices now, as difficult as they may feel. I would posit to anyone that as difficult as that may feel, it's pretty difficult knowing that you got to stay inside the house with the windows closed and lie to yourself that the air conditioning is going to help when we have that kind of air quality issues across the globe. So I feel very excited about the opportunities here. I look forward for us to move with the same energy we had last term to get a Department of Environment, to see that happen in this term in short order. Thank you so much for your service, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Alder. The chair recognizes Alder Knutson.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I just wanted to say congratulations are in order. CSO Tovar, it's been a joy already bouncing ideas back and forth. I echo Alder Vasquez that there's great leadership in the committee with Chairman Haddon, and I'm excited for everything we can do so long as we really get your team the resources to start enforcing. Enforcing our environmental regulations is a huge first step to then getting to innovating. And innovating can help us protect things like emissions going directly towards kids in school zones. We need to look at the bag tax, whether the bag tax has succeeded or failed, and if there's a route to getting that revenue towards the type of resources you need for your department to succeed. So I'm excited to partner with you. I'm happy we are already, and I think let's get aggressive.
Thank you, Alderman. Chair recognizes Alder Rodriguez Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say thank you, Angela. Thank you for saying yes to this. It is a really difficult position. We are facing a really challenging reality, and we need people like you to say yes, to stay, to bring all of the skill, all of the knowledge that you have. And also want to say thank you for both working with us as members of the council, but including communities and making sure that we stay very close to the ground and to the groups that are the most impacted by environmental racism, to include them in the conversation and to make sure that we're creating policy alongside them, because it's the only thing that is going to get us out of the difficulties that we're facing right now. Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to working with you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Alder. The chair recognizes Alder Ramirez Rosa.
Mr. President, I too rise to support the appointment of Angela Tovar as our Chief Sustainability Officer. You know, it's a new day in Chicago, and I know we say that with the election of our new mayor and the new members of the city council, but people ask, well, in which ways is it new? In which way has there been change? And I think one of the biggest, clearest ways is in this administration's commitment to collaborative governance, or what we sometimes call co-governance. See, co-governance means that the people that are most directly impacted by an issue have to not just be in the room, not just have to be at the table, they have to be at the center of the conversations on the policies that are going to impact their lives. And I think that in this administration, Angela Tovar exemplifies that commitment to collaborative governance. Because she is not just in City Hall, and a lot of important stuff happens in City Hall, but she is in our communities. She's meeting with the people that have been directly impacted by environmental racism. She's meeting with them and talking to them about what are the solutions that they would like to dream up and what would they like to see City Hall accomplish with them, hand in hand, working with the grassroots, working with movements for social, economic, and environmental justice. So Mayor Johnson, you made a hell of an appointment. I really want to commend you for making sure that Angela Tovar continues to work in this role because she's the right woman for the job. And for those that are at City Hall and have questions about what is collaborative governance, what does this mean? I'm sure the mayor, because he's very accessible, will answer those questions for you. But if for whatever reason you don't want to call him, you can call Angela Tovar and ask her, what is collaborative governance? What does it mean to work hand in hand with directly impacted communities to push forward progressive policies that are in the best interest of everyone? So kudos, and I'm happy to support this vote today. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Nugent.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of the appointment of Angela Tovar to be the Chief Sustainability Officer. I have spent a lot of time working with Angela over the past 4.5 years. She's incredibly collaborative. She's thoughtful. She's also really diligent and really rolls up her sleeves and puts in the elbow grease. A couple projects that we worked on together that I'm really proud of. You were really instrumental in helping Alderman Wagaspack and I on the Urban Forestry Advisory Board, which helps promote and really enhance our tree canopy in the city of Chicago. When we dealt with things like the heat wave we had last month, the project that we worked on together could theoretically help in situations like that by having more trees and having this enhanced canopy. Angela also helped me move forward on the single-use plastic ordinance that we were able to successfully pass last council. We did a working group together on how we work with building owners, existing building owners, on how we can help them reduce their carbon footprint moving forward. So I just wanted to say thank you. And of course, congratulations. I think you're going to be wonderful in this role. Thank you, Mr. President.
The chair recognizes Alderwoman Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Angela, congratulations. I am so happy to see your daughter here today. So yeah, good to see you. She came up to me at the park yesterday and she said, my mom works with you. And I said, yeah, she does. So I know that she's very, very proud. I'm so happy that you're able to see your mom take on this appointment. Angela, I'm so happy that you're from the South Side, the Southwest Side, 12th Ward resident. So honored to be able to work with you, but you know, the way that Carlos was explaining that you're out there with us, you know, the burdens that we've experienced on the South Side and the Southwest Side firsthand. And so thank you so much for seeing the bigger picture, for always being 10 steps ahead and for sharing your wisdom with me. I'm really excited to be working with you. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Offering deference to the chair, are there any other alders that wish to? The chair recognizes Alderwoman Mitz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Angela, I too rise in support of this appointment, Mr. Mayor. She got my heart when she started talking to me about the flood right away, what could be done, I can tell you. So I'm looking forward to continuing those conversations because as we continue to move on, we know we'll continue to have this situation and hoping that along with you and other departments that we can come together with some solutions that can help make the community better than what it is at this point. So thank you so much. And thank you, Mr. Mayor, for this appointment.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Before we offer deference to the chair to close, are there any other alder persons wish to speak? With that, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too would love to support and speak a little bit. Angela, thank you for saying yes, as folks said, and continuing in this role. I want to thank your team. I want to note this passed unanimously out of our committee. So we appreciate you agreeing to take on some of our biggest issues. So in this body, even just today, I feel like everybody who's attending and watching, we talk about really serious issues. Our constituents are facing crises every day. And when we look at what's happening with our environment, our climate, and what our city's response and action should be moving forward, it's some of the most pressing and daunting work because there are no quick fixes, right? The work that you've led over the last 4 years and that you're continuing to lead into this term, we're looking at harms from before, right? You're addressing what has happened to people in addition to how we can be better as a city moving forward to make sure that we're not continuing to let those things happen. Alderman Knudsen mentioned enforcement, right? We hear the need for enforcement. Alderman Mitz bringing up the flooding. We've got climate catastrophes happening to us, things we can't plan for. But as a city, we're going to do our best to try and adapt our infrastructure. So it's a lot. Thank you for giving your mom to us for a bit. Yeah, thank you. And we just really appreciate your leadership so far and the future in working with you, as this is such a critical role. And Mr. President, I'll say thank you for this appointment. And this role in your office means a lot because there's a ton to coordinate with so many different departments to make sure that our city is on the right path and carrying forth our environmental agenda. So thank you.
Thank you. And your motion?
Yeah, so again, I move passage of this item by the most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. Congratulations to you and the village that you come from. And yes, just for clarification, Madam Chair, that also includes a yes vote from Alderman David Moore as well.
Oh, you know what? And I apologize. I'll say one thing. That also includes a no vote from Alderman Lopez.
Very good.
Yep. Forgot
But
to
the
put-
clap still applies though,
Claps
right?
still apply. And
Very
Mr.
good.
President, that concludes my report.
Are there any other items, Madam Chair?
No, Mr. President, that concludes my report.
Thank you very much. The chair now recognizes the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. The chair recognizes Chair Sigcho Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. President and members of the City Council. Reporting for your Committee on Housing and Real Estate, which held an in-person subject matter hearing on July 27, 2023, and a regular meeting on August 28, 2023. The committee has a series of reports recommending passage of 11 ordinances. These include land acquisitions, land sales, licensing agreements, and the issuance of a multifamily loan and low-income housing tax credits. Item number 1 is the substitute ordinance regarding the acquisition of property at 3034 West Foster Avenue from the Metropolitan Water Reclamation District of Greater Chicago for public purposes, including without limitation, the operation of a migrant shelter and coordination with surrounding public uses and for purposes of implementing the objectives of the redevelopment plan in the 39th Ward. Before we move forward with this item, I would like to recognize Alderwoman Samantha Nugent from the 39th Ward because she wants to speak on this item.
Rises Alderwoman Sam Nugent.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the city purchasing the Marine Corps property located in the 39th Ward through our local TIF. The property is currently owned by the Metropolitan Water Reclamation District of Greater Chicago, and it is leased to the United States Navy and subleased to the Marine Corps. The Marine Corps has since left the property. Severe neglect of the property resulted in a large encampment that posed safety risks, including fires, drug use, and unsanitary conditions. Proximity to Northside College Prep, the neighborhoods, the river, and the parks only added to the concerns. City agencies recently worked to remove the encampment on the MWRD parcel while offering resources and housing services to the individuals who had been living at this site. This property has great potential to be an asset for our community. In the short term, the building on the property can help address the humanitarian crisis the city is facing and get migrant families out of police station lobbies and into a more appropriate setting. In the long term, potential uses for this property include potential use for park district or an early childhood learning facility, which I would be very supportive of. I have met with various community groups and neighbors about this property and its potential uses. We have worked together to address concerns and will continue to do so. With the city moving to acquire this property, these scenarios become true possibilities. I stand in support of acquiring the property and temporarily using the existing buildings to address the pressing humanitarian crisis. I ask for your favorable consideration of this ordinance. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Alderwoman Nugent. The chair recognizes Alderman David Moore.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had extensive conversation, at least I did in committee, regarding this item. And as people know, I don't like to get in the business of other people's wards, especially what they're doing with their TIF. But this was a somewhat of a different situation. And what I asked for two things. One, it's important to me that we have those conversations in all communities about TIF and the things that we want, and that people know how important Ogden Park field house is to me, and a new field house. And another one is added to this. It was two things for me and for the this administration to put together a clear strategy or a strategy for how they're going to handle the migrant crisis. DPD has reached out to me, and we started having those conversations about the Ogden Park field house and TIF dollars that's associated with that. So that's check box number one. On number two, you presented a strategy. Whether I like it or not, whether I agree with it or not, is not what I asked you for. What I asked you for was a strategy, and you presented one. And so with that, I have to support this item, because you gave me the, at least have attempted to get me the things that I've asked for. And it's not even an attempt, you did. And so we'll continue to have those conversations and try to work together for a better, stronger, and safer Chicago. So thank you. And I would like to be reported as a yes on this item.
Thank you. Please make sure the record reflects that Alderman David Moore wishes to be recorded as a yes on this item. Thank you. The chair recognizes Alder Vasquez.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. I just wanted to commend our colleague, Alderwoman Nugent, really for doing the work of identifying a location to take on some capacity, understanding the scale of the crisis that we're looking at, and that we all should look to kind of share in that responsibility. I, along with members of the public, and I've been to most of the community meetings since things have been moving in this term, completely understand the challenge that we face. And I understand that the problems it inflicts in some regard in our city that has been segregated. That when we think about where space is being looked at, it ends up being where we see there's a lot of vacant land on the south and west side in communities that have been historically marginalized and have been asking for support and investment over time and have not received it. So I do understand how challenging it is. So I'd like to commend our colleague, Alderwoman Nugent, as being someone not on the south and west side who's actually working to find more space along with our colleagues on the north side as well. And I would ask that our colleagues here in the council follow that example as we're looking in 40 and hoping their colleagues are also looking at other wards so that we can all take on that capacity, because we are one city taking this on together. So I really appreciate all your work in getting that done, knowing these are all difficult conversations and we all have to share that responsibility. So thank you so much, Alderwoman Nugent. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Alderman Vasquez. Are there any other alders that wish to speak to this? Thank you, Alderwoman Nugent, for your leadership. There is one more alder that wishes to speak. The chair recognizes Mana Hoppenworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to also express my appreciation to Alderwoman Nugent for doing the work to expand our temporary shelter right now. And I also wanted to thank you, Mr. President, for your work on all of the work that you are trying to do to not only decompress our police stations, but to make sure that people have dignified places to stay while we find permanent supportive housing. And although I'm really grateful that we are doing this, it's not the solution. This is a terrible way to expect people to live. So thank you so much for doing this work. It's not enough. We have to do more. And so I just wanted to express my appreciation for all of the work that you're doing. And for my colleagues, for also stepping up to do the work to find places for our new arrivals to stay while we find a pathway towards permanent residency here and sustainable livelihoods. We have to push our friends at the federal level to do all that they can. So thank you again, Alderwoman Nugent, and also Mr. President, for your work. Thank you all.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Spozzato.
And I want to thank my esteemed colleague from the 39th Ward here. There's one thing forgotten in this property. There is some important statues or monuments over there that were important, very important to the veterans, the military people, and she made sure with your administration that those statues, monuments, or exactly what they are going to be staying there. So I appreciate that. Good job, Sam. Appreciate you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. And since we are appreciating people, we should. Alderman, got you. And since we are appreciating people, let's also appreciate the president of the Metropolitan Water Reclamation District, President Carrie Steele, for her leadership and the entire cooperation of the Water Reclamation District. I don't believe she's here, but I think, but I do appreciate the semi-standing ovation. But thank you. But that's really what it's required, that all levels of government work together to address not just this critical need, but needs that will be with us. The chair recognizes Chair Sigcho Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. And we also like to thank Alderwoman Nugent for her leadership. If there's no more comments, I would like to move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee of Housing and Real Estate associated with a successful motion to reconsider.
Finance.
Finance, my apologies.
Thank you. Hearing no objections, just as long as we make sure that Alderman David Moore is also recorded as a yes. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Chairman Sigcho Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item number 2 is the acquisition of numerous parcels or portions for improvement of roadways projects along South Burley Avenue from East 122nd Street to East 126th Place, South Carondelet Avenue from East 122nd Street to East 126th Place, and East 122nd Street from South Avenue O to South Carondelet Avenue, and Norfolk Southern Railroad Company grade crossing to be constructed by the Chicago Department of Transportation or the developer from North Point Redevelopment in the 10th Ward. Unless there's any comments or questions, I'll move passage of this item by the same motion, with the exception of Alderwoman Dowell, who has to be recorded as a no vote at committee.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President. The following in our group for convenience, we have item number 3, which is a renewed retroactive license agreement with 548 Capital LLC to secure and maintain city property and city's interest in development properties at 8840 South Commercial Avenue, 8844 South Commercial Avenue, and 8848 South Commercial Avenue in the 10th Ward. Item 4 is a sale of city-owned property at 4441 South Ellis Avenue to Greg Davis and Nina Davis in the 4th Ward. Item 5 is sale of city-owned property at 4005 South Dearborn Street to New Horizon Steel LLC in the 3rd Ward. Item 6 are the sale of city-owned property at 2215 to 17 in West Warren Boulevard to Makima Atkins in the 27th Ward. Item number 7 is a negotiated sale of city-owned property at 3451 West Harrison Street to Spirit of Truth Missionary Baptist Church in the 24th Ward. Item 8 is the sale of city-owned property at 1513 South Kenneth Avenue to Sophia Green under adjacent neighbors land acquisition program in the 24th Ward. Item 9 is the sale of city-owned property at 1832 South Sawyer Avenue to Heather Ferguson under adjacent neighbors land acquisition program also in the 24th Ward. Item 10 is the sale of city-owned property at 6921 South Paulina Street to Susana Lazaro Andrade under adjacent neighbors land acquisition program in the 17th Ward. And finally, item 11 is the issue of multifamily loan and low-income housing tax credits for Island Terrace apartment project in the 5th Ward. Unless there's any question or concerns in these motions, I move passage of these items by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and associated and successful motion to reconsider.
Seeing no hands and hearing no objections, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President. Finally, the Department of Housing presented their 2023 quarter one report for the 5-year housing plan to the committee where no vote was taken. Additionally, the Committee on Housing and Real Estate held a subject matter hearing on July 27, 2023 to collect testimony and discuss proposal to increase the real estate transfer tax to combat homelessness by providing permanent affordable housing and the services necessary to obtain and maintain permanent housing in the city of Chicago. 7 public written comments and 16 in-person comments were accepted into the record. Representatives from the city's Department of Housing, Family and Support Services, the mayor's office, and members of the Bring Chicago Home Coalition were present to provide testimony, and no votes were taken. Mr. President, this concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chair recognizes Chairwoman Silverstein, Committee on License and Consumer Protection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am reporting for the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. We held a meeting on September 6, 2023 to consider 4 ordinances regarding liquor moratoriums in the 1st, 27th, and 47th wards. The committee has recommended passage of each of these items. Mr. President, I move that the City Council concur in the recommendations of the License Committee by the same roll call as item number 1 of the Committee on Finance report and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, seeing no hands, so ordered.
I have an ordinance designating the 1st precinct of the 23rd ward as restricted cannabis zone. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there is no objection.
Seeing no objection, so ordered.
And finally, we have 2 ordinances designating precincts of the 23rd ward as restricted residential zones, prohibiting additional shared housing and vacation rentals. I move passage of these items by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing, seeing no objections, so ordered.
Mr. President, this concludes my report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to verify a couple of more items here. Can I just have some clarification? Did you bundle, I missed, the liquor moratorium?
Yes, do you need the ordinance numbers?
Could you please, just so that we can read them into the record?
Okay, well, you're confusing me because I didn't think you wanted those, but okay. First one is 02023-0002976. And there's 02023-0002943, 02023-0002721, and 02023-0002722.
Thank you very much. I didn't mean to confuse you. Thank you very much. Well
We're all
done.
good.
All right, in the monthly rural report. Thank you very much. Okay. Next up, we have the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. The Chair recognizes Chairperson Laspada.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reporting for your Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety, for which a meeting was held on Wednesday, September 6, 2023. Before the committee, there were 129 items. There were 127 routine traffic items that passed and 1 routine traffic item that did not pass. If there are no objections, I move passage of these items in the omnibus.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
We also passed 1 substitute ordinance O-2023-0001253, introduced by Alderwoman Silverstein and co-sponsored by myself and others. Amendment of the Municipal Code Title 9 by adding new chapter 9-116 entitled Traffic Crash Review and Analysis. Alderwoman Silverstein, would you like to speak to this item?
If you would, sure. The Chair recognizes Alderwoman Silverstein.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will be very brief, but I am very thankful to all of my colleagues. It was passed unanimously in committee. This is when there is a traffic fatality, we are now requiring CDOT to come out and look at the intersection, make recommendations for improvements. And also we're requesting that they report out and post this information publicly so that there's more transparency that we all need and want. So thank you again for your support.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Chair recognizes Chairperson Laspada.
Thank you very much as well. Honestly, it's a brilliant piece of legislation. My hat's off to you and to the collaboration with CDOT. There's a direct line from this piece of legislation to saving lives in Chicago, and we don't get to say that every day. So thank you. And if there are no objections, I recommend passage by the first most favorable roll call vote from the Committee on Finance and the subsequent unsuccessful motion to reconsider the vote.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
That concludes my report. Thank you.
So could you do us just one favor just for clarification? There is another item number. This is for the second ward. This is for item Division Street 02023-0003479. And we'll bring that to you just so that you can see it. I just want to make sure that that one's clear.
This was amendment of municipal code, chapter 9-68-033 by inserting new section designated zone 74 nightlife tow area on Division Street. And this item also, if we can pass in the omnibus.
The same roll call vote.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Yes. Hearing no objections, seeing no hands, that too is so ordered.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now this definitely completes your report, Mr. Chair.
The full and final conclusion.
Very, very good. Thank you. Chair recognizes Chairperson Mitchell. That's Chairman Mitchell. That's the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Mr. Chair.
Mr. President and members of the City Council, reporting from your Committee on Transportation and Public Way, which held a meeting on September 7th, 2023. The following items passed by the majority of the members present. Pages 2 and 3 include 14 ordinances for miscellaneous items introduced by the local alderpersons from wards 1, 6, 13, 17, 21, 23, 24, 30, 38, 41, 44, and 50. Page 4 includes R2 023-000-2886, a resolution calling for a subject matter hearing on the status of the reopening of the Racine Green Line Station, and 02023-000-2900, a street closure ordinance for property located in the 18th Ward. Page 5 includes 02023-000-2938, a time extension for a commercial vacation ordinance for a property located in the 21st Ward, and 02023-0002893, a commercial vacation ordinance for a property located in the 32nd Ward. If there are no objections, I move passage of these items by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Mr. President, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Workforce Development, Chairperson Rodriguez.
Mr. President and members of the City Council, reporting for the Committee on Workforce Development, which held a meeting on September 7th, 2023. There was one item on the agenda, an ordinance authorizing the execution of collective bargaining agreements between the City of Chicago and the Illinois Nurses Association, the Illinois Council of Police, the Coalition of Unionized Public Employees, and several named trade unions, and passed by unanimous vote of those members present. Without objection, I move passage of this item by the first most favorable vote of the Committee on Finance and the corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
This concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Final Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Chair recognizes Chairperson Ramirez Rosa.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the City Council, presenting a series of reports for the People's Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards, which held a meeting on September 12th, 2023. These reports are grouped together for convenience, and the following items were passed by a majority of the members present. Page 1 contains document number 02023-0002910, the amendment of Municipal Code Chapters 13-72, 17-10, 17-13, and 17-17 regarding electric vehicle supply equipment. I move passage of this item by the last most favorable roll call vote of the Finance Committee report and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Chairman. And again, good afternoon, members of the committee.
Good afternoon.
I just want to rise in support, but also challenge this body, this administration, and to not just mimic and parrot what our friends do in Springfield, but to exceed that. There was a discussion in committee about the fact that we were making for exemptions that follow what the state says is possible with regards to affordable housing. And I think that we can be a leader and not a follower by limiting those exemptions and making sure that we have access even when units, multifamily units are being built for affordable housing in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other alders that persons wish to speak to this item? Hearing no objections, seeing no other hands, this item is so ordered.
Thank you. All right, page 1 also contains 2 historical landmark fee waivers in the 4th and 43rd wards. I move passage of these items by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Excellent. Pages 1 through 9 contain various map amendments in the 1st, 2nd, 11th, 15th, 16th, 18th, 20th, 25th, 27th, 28th, 30th, 32nd, 33rd, 36th, 39th, 43rd, and 44th wards. I move passage of these items by the same motion if there is no objection, noting that Alderman Timmy Knudsen would like to be recorded as voting no on document number O-2023-2284 for the address commonly known as 1633 to 1649 North Halsted Street.
Hearing no objections, so ordered, which includes a no vote from Timothy. I don't mean to make it so formal. Knudsen.
Thank you. Lastly, page 9 contains various large signs over 100 square feet in area, 24 feet above grade in the 11th, 13th, 22nd, 23rd, 27th, 32nd, 35th, 46th, and 47th wards. I move passage of these items by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Mr. President, that concludes my report.
Thank you very much. Now, matters on the agreed upon calendar, and so matters on the agreed upon calendar, Chair recognizes Alderwoman Harris.
Thank you. I received from the city clerk, Andrea M. Valencia, a total of 116 items proposed for the agreed calendar consisting of congratulatory, commemorative, tributary resolutions from Clerk Valencia and the following alderpersons: Alderperson Hopkins, Alderperson Dow, Alderperson Hall, Alderperson Harris, Alderperson Quinn, Alderperson Jason, Alderperson Coleman, Alderperson O'Shea, Alderperson Rodriguez, Alderperson Tabarez, Alderperson Urban, Alderperson Conway, Alderperson Mitts, Alderperson Riley, Alderperson Gardner, and finally, Alderperson Haddon. I move these in the omnibus.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. Thank you very much. New business. The clerk will call the wards, beginning this month with the first ward.
Zoning amendments referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Traffic regulations, traffic control signals, and traffic signs, which are referred to the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. Grants of privilege on and over the public way, which are referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. And exemptions from the physical barrier requirement for commercial driveway alley access to parking facilities, which are referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Lispada has a proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, chapters 17-10 and 17-13 regarding type 1 zoning adjustments and rezoning adjustments, applications, and administrative adjustments, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Lispada also has proposed a resolution to call for hearings on applications of city's planning principles to city-owned land sales, including uses and analysis for conformity with community preservation area policies, which is referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Alderperson Lespada and others have a proposed resolution to call for hearings on pretext police traffic stops in Chicago and impact on Black and Latino city residents, which is referred to the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. Alderperson Hopkins has a proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, section 4-60-022, to disallow additional alcoholic liquor licenses on portion of North Wells Street, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Hopkins also has proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, section 4-60-025, restricting additional late hour licenses within the second ward, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Hopkins has a proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, chapters 8-4, by adding new section 8-4-077 entitled Assault Against City Employees with Enforcement Authority, which is referred to the Committee on Public Safety. Alderperson Hopkins also has proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, sections 4-60-022 and 4-60-023 to disallow additional alcoholic liquor and packaged goods licenses on portions of various streets, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Hopkins also has a proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, chapter 7-24, by deleting and replacing section 7-24-060, prohibiting the manufacture, sale, advertisement, or concealment of illicit THC products, which is referred to the Committee on Public Safety. Two committees called, the Committee on Public Safety and the Committee on the Budget. The matter is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderperson Dow has a proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, section 9-48-045, prohibiting operation of pedicabs on public ways in area bounded by East Roosevelt Road, South Indiana Avenue, West 16th Street, and South Columbus Drive, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Dow also has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards at various locations, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Dow also has a proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, chapter 10-8, by modifying section 10-8-330, 10-8-332, and 10-8-355 regarding establishment of electronic confirmations for event applications, which is referred to the Committee on Special Events. Alderperson Robinson has proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Honorary Shirley J. Newsom Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Robinson also has a proposed order for a historical landmark fee waiver for the property at 3402 through 3405 South Giles Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Mitchell has proposed orders for amendment of municipal code, chapter 10-32, by adding a new section 10-32-205, directing Bureau of Forestry to remove or trim all damaged, diseased, or dangerous trees in parkways, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Lee has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards at various locations, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Lopez and others have proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, section 7-173-042, allowing agents and agencies of Chicago to work with federal immigration officers in specified circumstances. Two committees have been called, the Committee on Immigrant and Refugee Rights and the Committee on Public Safety. The matter is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderperson Curtis has proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Honorary W. Scott Brzezinski Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Curtis also has proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Honorary Chief Apostle Dr. Clifford E. Taylor, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson O'Shea has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 1620 West 95th Street, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson O'Shea also has a proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code section 9-64-113I, allowing vehicles to park with wheels on curb on portion of South Hale Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. Alderperson DeBarris has proposed ordinances for amendment of previously passed ordinances to designate new areas of the 4th, 28th, 29th, 30th, 31st, 32nd, and 33rd precincts of the 23rd Ward as restricted residential zones prohibiting additional shared housing and vacation rentals. Alderperson Tabaris also has proposed orders for designation of the 7th precinct of the 23rd Ward as a restricted residential zone prohibiting additional shared housing and vacation rentals. Alderperson Cicho Lopez has a proposed resolution to call on the Illinois General Assembly to rescind statewide preempting of rent control laws, which is referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Alderperson Fuentes and others have opposed amendment of municipal code by adding a new peace book ordinance establishing neighborhood and citywide peace commissions to implement initiatives for peacekeeping activities, which is referred to a joint committee comprised of the members of the Subcommittee on Youth Employment and the Committee on Health and Human Relations. Two committees have been called. The matter is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderperson Fuentes also has a proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, section 4-60-022, to allow additional alcoholic liquor licenses on portion of West Armitage Avenue, which is referred to Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Burnett has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards at various locations, which are referred to Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Burnett also has a proposed resolution for designation of October 3, 2023 as Social Media Safety Day in Chicago, which is referred to the Committee on Education. Alderperson Irvin has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 717 South Desplain Street, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Wagaspack has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards at various locations, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Wagaspack also has proposed orders for designation of 1868 through 1878 North Milwaukee Avenue as a low affordability community, which is referred to the Committee on Finance. Alderperson Conway has a proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code section 8-32-065 by designating noise-sensitive zones on portions of specified streets, which is referred to the Committee on Public Safety. Alderperson Ramirez Rosa has a proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code section 4-60-022 to allow additional alcoholic liquor licenses on portion of West Belmont Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Ramirez Rosa also has a proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code section 17-3-0500 by classifying portions of North Milwaukee Avenue as pedestrian street, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Ramirez Rosa also has a proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code section 4-60-022 and 4-60-023 to disallow additional alcoholic liquor and packaged goods licenses on portion of North Milwaukee Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Villegas has a proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, chapter 10-20, by adding a new section 10-20-156 entitled Restoration of Sidewalks Near Required Pavement Restoration, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Villegas also has a proposed resolution to call for Chicago and city agencies to implement and promote inclusive procurement practices, which is referred to the Committee on Contracting Oversight. Alderperson Villegas also has a proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code Title IX by adding a new chapter 9-125 entitled Tow Rotation System, which is referred to the Committee on Public Safety. Alderperson Mitz has a proposed ordinance for vacation of portions of the public way on North Costner Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Vasquez has a proposed resolution to call for hearings on expenditure forecast and security plan for August 2024 Democratic National Convention, which is referred to a joint committee comprised of the members of the Committee on Public Safety and the members of the Committee on Immigrant and Refugee Rights. Alderperson Napolitano has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards at various locations, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Riley and others have a proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code Title IX by adding a new chapter 9-109 entitled Vehicle Noise Reduction Pilot Program, which is referred to the Committee on Public Safety. Alderperson Riley also has a proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code section 4-60-023 to allow additional package goods licenses on portion of North State Street for a one-year period, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Riley also has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 520 North Michigan Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Riley also has proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, chapter 3-46 by modifying sections 3-46-020 and 3-46-030 to remove references of Navy Pier regarding Chicago ground transportation tax, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Riley also has a proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, chapter 9-68 by adding a new section 9-68-034, establishing new River North Street nightlife corridor parking permit zone 1189, which is referred to the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. Alderperson Knutson has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for a signed signboard at 2707 North Clark Street, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Lawson and others have proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, chapter 6-105 by adding a new sections 6-105-030 and 6-105-040 regarding increased minimum wage for employees who receive gratuities employed by employers with 3 million in annual revenue, which is referred to the Committee on Workforce Development. Two committees called. The matter is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderperson Lawson and Alderperson Martin have proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, chapter 10-28 by modifying various sections regarding outdoor dining street permit durations and applications, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Manaha Hoppenworth has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards at various locations, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Haddon and Alderperson Rodriguez Sanchez have proposed orders for amendment of municipal code, section 4-60-230 to disallow to disallow booting operations of motor vehicles on private property within the 33rd and 49th wards, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Haddon and Alderperson Rodriguez have proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code Title 6 by adding a new chapter 6-140 entitled Heat Illness Prevention in Outdoor Places of Employment, which is referred to the Committee on Workforce Development. Alderperson Silverstein has proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 2642 West Devon Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. And Alderperson Silverstein and others have proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, section 2-120-518, establishing reporting and tracking procedures regarding hate incidences, which is referred to the Committee on Public Safety. Your Honor, that concludes the presentation of aldermanic introductions.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. For the approval of the journal, Alderman Mitchell for the approval.
Mr. President, I am not aware of any corrections to the journal from the July 19, 2023 meeting and move that it be approved.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. For unfinished business, Alderman Mitchell.
I am not aware of any unfinished business.
Thank you very much. And for miscellaneous, Alderman Mitchell. For miscellaneous business, Alderman Mitchell.
Except for the ordinance setting the date and time of the next meeting, I'm not aware of any miscellaneous business.
Thank you very much. For the date and time of the next meeting, date and time for the next meeting again, Alderman Mitchell.
Mr. President, I've handed up an ordinance to the clerk setting the date and time of the next meeting.
Thank you very much, Alderman. Clerk, could you please read the ordinance?
Be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Chicago, Section 1, the next regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Chicago shall be held on Wednesday, October 4th, 2023, beginning at 10 o'clock a.m. in the council chambers on the second floor of City Hall, 121 North LaSalle Street, Chicago, Illinois. Section 2, this ordinance shall take effect and be enforced from and after its passage.
Thank you very much, Alderman Mitchell.
Mr. President, I move passage of in the omnibus.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. For the omnibus roll call, Alderman Mitchell.
I move the matters in the omnibus be passed by the first most favorable roll call vote by the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, it is so ordered. Alderman Mitchell on the motion to adjourn.
There being no further business before the body, I move that we adjourn.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you.